How's everybody doing today? I am not. I'm a little tired. I'm a little tuckered out. All right, let's not drag this out any more than it has to be. Fuck. My shoulder is getting better. Like, it's already better than yesterday, but it still fucking hurts. Which is to say, damn, I already booked my fucking physician's appointment for this thing. It is what it is. I have more stuff to show to my physician, if you know what I mean. But what I mean is my lower back. Because the vertebrae, at least one vertebrae there, refuses to stay in place and is causing issues. Right. Let's do some light reacts to sort of get us into the speed of things. So one of you shared this. I think it was Dom. I don't know why he chooses to torture me with these, but we're going to look at it. It's pretty good formatting. All right, let's go. In Israel, they don't carry around in the chamber. This is their quick draw techniques. God. I could forgive them for running bullpups, but this is ridiculous.
I'm taking the weapon, I'm grabbing it out of the holster, and I'm bringing it to a position where I can cock it. The left hand is ready to cock it. The right hand is holding the weapon. I'm cocking the weapon and getting into the shooting position.
This is so bad. I would like to see him do that at speed.
I'm taking...
This is so profoundly stupid. I'm sorry. The Israeli carry is ridiculous. I understand why it exists there, because they have mandatory military service for people above the age of 18. So you have people with questionable training carrying firearms. I get that. Sure. I had that conversation with my dad recently. Like, oh yeah, you carry a gun, but why would you carry with one in the chamber? And I'm like, Dad, okay, let me explain this. And so basically I just had to explain the way that mechanical safeties work on a Glock, and it's not a P320, it's not going to go off on its own. And, you know, listen, it's fine. It's with how high, extremely high function my dad is, he's allowed a boomer moment once every 10 years. So yeah, there's that. But I would like to see him attempt that at speed. Another thing that actually peeves me is that the whole extremely retracted, contrived way that he does the slide grip. Like, first of all, you are introducing a fine motor movement into something that's going to be done under stress. Surely your hands aren't going to slip off the slide as you're racking it and causing a failure to feed. But the other thing is, like, that's very bad movement economy. I think that even if you were to, in some, I don't know why, but even if you were to Israeli carry, I think just introducing it into your workspace and then racking the slide as you're pushing out with your lead hand and then catching up into a handshake is a better way to do that than whatever the fuck that is. That and the push-pull of chasing your lead hand to do the hand, it's just, no, it doesn't make sense. All right, but apparently Japan is waking up significantly faster than I expected to.
The phrase became one of the most common memes, initially driven by a political party, Sanseito, but also amplified by many citizens.
Remember how I told you that Japan culturally is roughly 10 to 15 years downstream from America? It is somewhat amplified due to the internet, but no, the trend still holds.
It's based on the belief that foreigners are privileged more than Japanese people and should be the other way around. The government's clearly affected by the pressure. For instance, they recently decided to exclude foreign ones from receiving support program. It was one of the...
I mean, why is the government paying money to foreigners? That's always a good question to ask. Why is my tax money going to foreigners?
agendas they were advocating for so hard.
外国人の受け入れにしっかりと規制をかけてまいります。この日本のルールがわからない、もしくは守る気がない、私たち日本人は桜の枝を折ったりしないんですよ。神社のトイレを汚したりしないんですよ。トラブルや事件事故を起こして私たちが大事にしている文化どんどん壊されていませんか？
NGOs claim it's
Where's the lie?
causing bigger prejudice against foreigners.
NGOs condemn rise in anti-immigrant rhetoric ahead of upper house vote. How about those NGOs condemn my balls in their mouth?
But anyone know about politics in Japan? You know it's not surprising that they've been gaining a lot of support.
結局その参政党が一人勝ちしてるのは保守系の分かりやすいアイコンみたいなのがもうしばらくいなくて、我々こそが右だと。
だから日本にはちゃんとした右翼政党というものがいないんですよ。日本の自民党は中道左派なんです。移民とかも結構受け入れる。あと経済政策も大きな政府。全然右翼じゃないんですね、自民党は。日本でいる右翼の人が自民党を支持しているかというと、仕方なく自民党を支持している。
日本人ファーストっていう大っぴらに言うもんじゃないなと、もう堂々と使っていい雰囲気にもなったんだなっていうの。
The interesting thing about the LDP is they really didn't have to accept the longhousing. There was no reason for them to budge on immigration. Budge to the pressures of NGOs and external parties. The LDP could have continued winning elections handily for the next 20 years, just relying on the senior vote by maintaining the status quo.
をすごい感じてますね。
The phrase got widespread not simply because the party is gaining support, but foreigner issues more and more important in Japan, and people increasingly find it unfair. One of the issues, for instance, as many foreigners purchase properties, Japanese people are priced out. Recently, his petition has got a lot of supporters in just a few days.
まずやっぱりこれだけ成功したっていうのはすごい驚いてて、日本の若者って全体的にチャリティーもそうですけど社会運動とか興味ないじゃないですか。それでもこれだけの成功したっていうのはどういったことが？
そうですね、やっぱり心の奥底でちょっと思ってた不安じゃないかなと。外国人を見る機会がすごく増えてきてる。外国人からしたらバーゲンセールしてるような状況の経済状況ですので、例えば人口の半分以上が外国人になっちゃったら、じゃあこの国はどこの国なんだってなっちゃいますので、懸念の声が大きいですね。今の社会的なニーズを考えたときには、一定の規制はしてしかるべきだと。
で、日本人はどんどん
I see no issue with that. I think that allowing foreign parties, especially foreign parties that are government backed, to purchase land in your country is extreme folly. We're currently struggling with that in Texas, by the way, where for some reason the Chinese own a lot of land. Why? Like, I see why, I can understand why a lot of people of Japanese descent own a lot of land in Hawaii. That is reasonable, but also, those are mostly naturalized Japanese people. Hello, Rag, how are you doing?
減ってるんですよ、少子化で。
You've missed the stream that that you donated towards, so I hope you've at the very least been able to cash the VOD.
で、いつか人口逆転しますから、そのリトルチャイナを作るんですよ、中国人たちは。今川口にもあるし、横浜にもいろんなところにリトルチャイナがあるじゃないですか。
While I see many foreigners feel unfair about the scapegoating, some of them understand what resentment on the wealthy.
Scapegoating, excuse me? I'm sorry, but when you accurately point out the cohort that is causing issues, that's not scapegoating. Thought that might be the case. You have the WAD. Okay.
Foreign.
Couple of carefree days. How have I been? I've managed to hurt myself again, but it's getting better. I hit the mat's shoulder first during judo yesterday, so I have full use of my right arm. It's just that I wince whenever I have to do something quickly. Whenever I switch from from holding my mouse to typing something on my keyboard, it feels a little yucky. But it is getting better, meaning that it's just soft tissue damage. It's nothing major.
Folks coming in, buying lots of real estate, Chinese investors buying up an apartment building, converting it into Airbnbs and sneaking around lots of rules and doing some shady shit.
Having said that, it's not fair to put the blame on foreigners entirely, but there's been a huge gap between Japanese.
Wait. It's not fair to put the blame on foreigners entirely for things that foreigners do.
And foreigners about how they see
No tears or anything. Again, if it works and there's like no bulging tissue, no how should I put this? There's not any new and exciting noises the shoulder makes during movement, then probably not. Like, I'm going to see a physician next week, but it's going to be funny if the shoulder heals by that time. But then again, I have other things to show a physician.
And seems like both sides feeling misunderstood.
As a foreigner, it's very hard to get a good paying job because we're putting Japanese people first. Usually a foreigner coming in is taking away a job from a Japanese person.
That's true. Why would you expect to get a job over a local? For one, your language proficiency is never going to be on the same level as a native speaker. Second of all, why are you here?
So we can't get very good jobs, I feel like. Like, English teacher is about it, or maybe some sort of office worker.
But they don't need you, my guy. Yes, your unique skill set is teaching English. Are you going to be an assistant language teacher until you're 50? And then which is, by the way, essentially an entry-level job. And then you're going to wonder, damn, why is my pension so bad? Why is my quality of life so low?
I know other people from America who've come here as teachers, and they say it's really hard to make it as a teacher because the pay.
Because they don't realistically need you, and teaching a language isn't as difficult as y'all make it out to be. It's something that students can do as a summer job. A right-wing option in any country is instant global news. Well, yes, because they're attempting to run interference. You see, the thing with Japan is managing to run away from being longhoused before the Globo Homo has had any realistic gains. Oh no, just a second. Oh no, not Seki-sensei. Okay, I'm gonna claw my fucking eyes out.
Pay is very low.
The Japanese government set up a new agency on July 15th to coordinate policies related to foreign residents, aiming to tighten measures against crimes and disruptive behavior by some foreigners living in Japan.
This is why I hear from foreigners a lot, and seems like they find it.
Why is Japan so focusing on us, 3% of the population? How much crime does this 3% of the population produce? Despite only being 3% of the population. Yeah, because you are the problem. Listen, not all of them are the problem. But here's the thing. The tightening of regulations doesn't impact any law-abiding foreigners. If you are already naturalized up to receiving citizenship, or if you're naturalized up to having your resident card, and you pay taxes, and you function in Japan, what is the issue? Why do you care? Every time you keep saying the same thing, why are they there? Like, go for your gap year or visit, whatever, but then fuck off. They want to turn up, become Japanese citizens. Here's the thing. You can't... There's nothing inherently wrong with wanting to naturalize in the place that you want to stay. I think that there's a big leap in understanding that concept, especially for Europeans, because Europeans have that migratory mindset of, well, I don't know, for example, if someone lives in, like, Russia or Latvia or fucking Greece, it's generally not a very big leap to just naturalize in another European country. Generally, you're going to experience some kind of uptick in your quality of life as a result. Like, I know a Croatian guy who's very happily moved to Cyprus. But moving to Japan, a mono-ethnic and monocultural society is, like, very different. And even though you can nationalize all the way up to citizenship, you're always going to be a lame duck because you're not a native speaker, you were not raised in the culture, and you will never be Japanese. You'll have a Japanese passport. You're not Japanese. If you're a big wig executive in a multinational company with a Japanese passport, more power to you. Realistically, all a Japanese passport does is lets you live in the country, vote, and forces you to pay significantly higher taxes than the place you likely came from. Let's say you're in a Michelin star restaurant kitchen. I think that's 0.7% of the surfaces are clean as fuck. but right in the middle of the floor. Oh, you mean 70%? Okay. 70% of the surfaces are clean as fuck, but right in the middle of the floor, comprising 3% of the surface, there is a shit stain. Is this fucking acceptable? Listen, no, Terry, I think that your metaphor doesn't quite capture the model. I think the classical query of what is 13% and 50% at the same time addresses the issue way better. First, you were like, that would never fly in a Japanese restaurant because Westerners would let it slide. You just saw where the video was paused. Yeah. That's why it's here. So try 9, hit 0. Well, try typing when you're less angry, or I don't know. There's a bolt gun themed typing exercise game now. We can try that later today if I hadn't uninstalled it. But the point I was making is that Michael Murray recently had his little melty on stream, not on stream, on Twitter. And one of the reasons for him melting down at people giving him valid criticism of him being a bad PR person for Tekken was like, well, the Japanese government is becoming more right-wing and hostile towards foreigners. And he does like a big emo style sad. Michael, how does that affect you in particular? Don't react to fucking insufferable pricks. But the insufferable pricks are very funny. You see, Nobita in particular is very interesting to look at because he hasn't been conditioned to lie in the things he shows you, at least not as... No, he does lie, actually. He's a very bad propagandist. He makes the mistake of showing you the thing that he's trying to color with his commentary. But because he barely speaks English and is generally bad at what he does so very poorly. And he ends up just showing the genuine and legitimate positions of people he disagrees with. So that's why I like watching his content, even though his voiceover commentary is infuriating.
Totally unfair. Japanese people argue though foreign populations not.
It's like he's accidentally doing actually good journalism, but that's only because he's an extremely bad propagandist.
Not dispersed evenly, but rather concentrated in certain cities or areas.
出身が川口なんですけど、やっぱ外国人籍の方が多い。日本人ファーストであることは全然いいと思うんですよ。優遇というよりはなんか悪用というか制度の悪用とか、医療目的とか、子供を産みに来てお金払わないで帰っちゃうみたいなことが多いと思ってて、悪さみたいなしてるとやっぱりおかしいだろうみたいな声とか結構多いと思います。
Many people in the city might be
lots of foreign nationals. What is? You've heard all of this before. Well, listen, he is. You need to understand. There's a bit of a There's things being lost in translation here. He's saying gaikokujin. It's not that he the interviewee is using contrived language. He is just saying foreigners in like a standard, polite, non-derisive way. There's a whole other side to stuff, which is why things on the left are so insane. Like the guy complaining about this, not him specifically, are the same people to scream about cultural appropriation and exploitation. Probably.
Increasingly frustrated. The foreigners not integrated, but
Wait, this isn't Kawaguchi? Oh no, this is completely cooked.
rather stick to their culture.
Wait, that is the Kurdish flag. Oh no.
What
Godspeed, Kawaguchi man.
tradition, which might be a big reason why people feel the need to save Japanese people first.
そこの町でアンケート調査をすると、住民の半分以上の人が治安が悪いと感じている。そして20代の女性に限って言えば、7割以上の人が治安が悪いと感じている。
Does it have anything to do with the Kurdish men who have been sexually assaulting and raping Japanese women? Perhaps because that is just, what they are used to doing where they came from. Kurds do amazingly well with never having a recognized state. It's impressive, really. Something, the return of competitive beheadings. Ooh, I haven't watched that Count Dankula one yet. Hey there, Holden. How are you doing? Oh, cool, Nico News. I don't know what Nico News are.
こんな街がですね、
If you have a frame of reference, please. If there's larger context that I'm missing, please explain.
どんどん日本で増えていったらどうなりますかと。
強制、なんかこっち側がというよりかは、やっぱり外国の。
Here's the thing: if you have enough Kurds to have this scale of a celebration in a Japanese park, you have too many Kurds, or any national persuasion for that matter. If you have enough Muslims actively advocating to build more mosques, you have too many Muslims. And the answer isn't to accommodate even more, it's to deport 100,000.
方が合わせてほしいなっていうのは、やっぱ合に入った合に従い、ここら辺はまあみんな難しいと思うんですけど。
There are too many communists among Kurds to accept them. Even before we get to the density of communists among their ranks, I think that they should not have been allowed into the country that number in the first place. Not just because Nico News' section on Nico. I see. I've had very little exposure to Nico Doga. The comments look cool. Someday I will stop being a lazy ass and I will implement the Nico style commentary for chat. But not today. But the point I was making is letting the Kurds or any other highly ethnically aware group into your country in a number that allows them to stratify into a diaspora is mistake number one. You don't even need to split hairs of trying to pick out the communists. I agree with the sentiment of a communist anywhere is one communist too many, but that is a second order problem that you should not encounter in the first place. What is the reason for Japan to let Kurds immigrate? Because they... Oh... So, if I recall correctly, they immigrated there under the Refugee Convention because of the war in Syria and the crackdowns in Turkey. But then it turns out that a lot of the people that Turkey was cracking down on were members of a communist terror group. So some of them got deported because of that. Now you need to deport everyone the fuck else. Yeah, the PKK.
Countries lose a bit of their charm when there are too many foreigners and they lose a bit of their culture. And sometimes it feels like immigrants get more attention than you. They are not integrated well. Yeah, so it comes to problems. So I think Japanese people first and foreigners second. That's a sad thing, but I think there shouldn't be a reason in the first place to feel that way.
But to be fair,
Yeah, I find that hard to disagree with. You shouldn't put the people in a place where they have to regain nationalist consciousness. If the whole of the Middle East is like, fuck these guys, they're terrorists.
Integration's clearly not easy, especially about language. Many of the foreigners I talk to are unable to speak Japanese enough, and that's not necessarily their fault, as they don't have much time to study Japanese or opportunity to use the language.
Then why are they here?
言葉わかりませんでしたから難しいですね。
日本語は上手くなりましたか？
少しだけ私は上手じゃない。漢字は一番大変ね。
じゃあ帰れ。
漢字
わからないけど、場所の名前わかりませんけど、今はだいたい1週間ぐらい働きます、レストランには。私はと話しません、レストランの中。
So what you're saying is that you are an adult foreigner who does not speak Japanese, does not read Japanese, and you are currently taking an entry-level job that was supposed to go to, I don't know, maybe a Japanese college student, so that he can start building a work history and, building up some kind of basic financial nest egg to maybe then be able to, at some point, afford a home and a family. The Kurds are only hated less than the fucking Palestinians. The only people who like them are Western communists. And the CIA. Remember the CIA? Any Japanese worker who needs the money, yes. It's because they're too busy TikToking and VTubing. I disagree with that, because not everyone can TikTok and VTube. That's the thing. It's putting the cart before the horse. If you don't let the market balance out to a point where working a minimum wage job part-time is competitive. Okay, I'm crossing my wires here. I forgot the beginning of that sentence as I was doing that. So the thing is, if you don't let the market balance out the compensation for a part-time job like that to make it more enticing than streaming into the void, then like you're just not going to correctly you're not going to price that particular job correctly. And underpaying an immigrant slave is not the solution for that.
キッチンだけ働きます。
一緒に働いてる人はどう？話はできてる？
話はわかるけど、私は話できない。話しません。友達いないと。
And again, she lives in the country for 8 years. How do you have no spoken Japanese skill over the course of 8 years? I have better spoken Japanese while having spent significantly less time there.
She said that she really wished to have more time to study Japanese, but the circumstance doesn't allow her to do it, and she may be far from the only one like that among foreign workers in Japan.
I tried to order at McDonald's the other day in Japanese, and the lady said, "I don't speak Japanese." I said, "What?" I was very shocked. People need to learn.
Yeah, that's like a real problem. That's not a thing that should happen. It's like encountering someone in Texas who doesn't speak English. It's just not a thing that should happen, but there it is.
Learn the language, and I understand why some foreigners are very lonely, not integrated at all.
What's your Japanese?
Complete zero. I'm terrible. I'm terrible. That's why me saying that is very hypocritical right now because I'm Japanese.
Why are you in Japan? Get out. Yes, exactly.
It's bad.
全くそこにこう語学要件がないっていうところは他国に比べても移民政策として脆弱なんだろうなと思うんですよね。
Sweden, we have areas where all the Arabic-speaking people comes to the same place and they live in the same hood, and you don't need to speak Swedish there. It became unsafe because there are always a little bit higher criminality there. It's the same
Remember
for the people
Malmo?
who come there.
Yeah.
The first thing is...
See, this is what I'm talking about. Like, Nobita tries to go like, well, look at these hateful right-wing people. They are so wrong. But then he just shows you everything. And all you have to do is like, but where's the lie? Everywhere you've been, you've had to learn something to get by. Yeah. On the bright side, grenades are now extremely cheap in Sweden. Yeah, well, glass half full. Or rather, grenade case half full, I guess. The problem, I blame the Olympics. Everything bad in my life happens because of the fucking Olympics. Judo is actively gimped because of the Olympics. Same with Japan. Japan has gotten worse because of the Olympics. Because in preparation to the 2020 Olympics, Japan has significantly enhanced the English language infrastructure. Because they were gearing up their major cities to accept foreign tourists, and they've made sure that there's English language signage, that a lot of the police and a lot of the public service workers are now literate and are capable of conversing in English. And a lot of that has made Japan easier to access for idiots. And the second step in that, it's also connected to the Olympics, is the adoption of foreign credit cards was accelerated significantly. Back in 2018, 2017, and even in 2019, you could barely pay for shit with a foreign credit card. Like, if you had a Visa or MasterCard or Amex, good fucking luck paying for anything. You had to go to the post office, you had to find a Citibank ATM, or you had to find a 7-Eleven, and you had to draw cash. That was your primary payment option for 90% of the things that you wanted to do. You want to pay with a credit card at a drugstore? Tough shit. You want to pay with a credit card in an eatery? Tough shit. Cash or a local Japanese card. Now you just waltz in, you wave your Amex card around, and it gets accepted pretty much everywhere. Probably with the exception of small mom and pop shops. Like there's a single restaurant in Gion that still does not take credit cards. Bless their hearts. You knew this woman from Brazil who worked illegally in Japan for years after her visa expired. You assumed she was a whore, but she said she worked in a bar. Those are not contradictory statements. She could have worked in a hostess bar, which is like, I'm sorry, it's just short of taking the dick, and there's no guarantee that she didn't. A Japanese dude found out about her status and blackmailed her, like turned her into a workshop slave. Based.
Always language. I think
What are you gonna do? Go to the cops?
that you need to have some sort of pressure on it.
By improving a new language takes a lot of time, dedication, and also money. It can be too expensive to have that, and that might gonna be even worse, as we don't have
Then don't come to the fucking country if you don't speak the language.
enough teachers, and public school already unable to provide it.
Sometimes there are only expensive courses, and that's not a good thing. Should be cheap courses.
No, there should not be cheap courses. Get the fuck out.
Maybe even free to learn a language.
Why? Excuse me, I'm skipping a couple of steps here, but why? Nobody owes you to teach you a language. You're moderately curious which side of the fence this video sits on. So the video sits on the far left side of this. No. The video author, Nobita from Japan, is like a terminal shitlib. So he tries to make these videos from a lens of, oh, let me show these like Japanese nationalist parties who blame foreigners for everything, and I'll show them, and everyone will know that they are bad. And he does so by misrepresenting statistics and misrepresenting the things that they say. But then he also has clips of them saying the things that they actually say. And any reasonable person looks at that and goes like, but where's the lie? But are they wrong? So he's a propagandist, but he's a very bad, he's an incompetent propagandist. You can learn for very cheap for free before you go to the damn country. Yes, that is also true. In the course of learning Japanese, which took me like a good 10 years to do, I've paid for a private tutor for about a year, and I think I paid something to the effect of, God, how much was it? Maybe $50 per lesson? Couldn't be much more than that. It's Betteridge's law of headlines? Maybe.
But whether or not you speak fluent Japanese and completely capable of integrating, as a foreigner in Japan, maybe it's never be harder today if the movement gets bigger and bigger.
Difficult time right now. It's very complicated at the moment,
God,
but they believe that that's the correct thing to do, yeah.
Imagine not wanting to be replaced in your own country. Here's the thing, hot take. I spend a lot of money to go to Japan pretty much every year. Like it costs a significant chunk of change to go there. And when I arrive to Japan, I have, I may call it a compunction, a pet peeve of mine. But I strongly insist on coming to Japan and encountering Japan filled with Japanese people, proliferating Japanese culture, and engaging in Japanese activities. Not Kurds, Indians, or any other infinity foreigner persuasion occupying the land where I go to vacation to. And I think Japan, the Japanese people, deserve to have a country of their own run the way they want it, instead of foreigners slowly gassing them out while communists advocate to allow said foreigners to vote. Japan slowly becoming Western poxed. That was the intention. There was very clearly a push. About 5 to 10 years ago, the Globo Homo has noticed them. They have noticed that Japan exists and that it is very happily mono-ethnic and monocultural, and they can't allow that. So they've set out to longhouse Japan as hard as they could. But fortunately, Japan seems to have noticed. The Japanese being very averse to change and risk, have noticed it very early on, and now they have started to resist, which is very good. I like to see that. They are presenting significantly more resistance to the Globo Homo than, for example, England or Germany, or honestly, up to the most recent election, the United States. You have questions after the video? Okay.
日本の治安が悪くなるでしょ。安心して暮らせないでしょ。そういった治安の悪化を我々は防ぎたいと思っています。日本人の生活がどんどん苦しくなってますよね。まず自国民の生活
Regarding safety, here's the thing. When I went to Japan on my own for the first time, that was 2012, because I traveled with a group before that, but that time I went like completely solo, absolutely alone. And I was going to Asakusa like pretty late in the evening. I think I was walking from Asakusa late in the evening. And then I realized that I'm in a foreign city wearing beach shorts and a tank top and like in the dead of night. And I have my phone and some money on me. That's all I have, and I feel completely safe, which is a strange sort of state of being to recognize for me. And before someone starts going about gun violence, I lived in Russia at the time, so I know what going outside at night and it being unsafe feels like. Not in an American way, not in a way that where you have personal agency to counteract that, but like an actually unsafe to be outside after dark way. And I think that in certain places of Japan, you just don't have that anymore. Me, personally, I will probably be fine, even if I'm in Kawaguchi. Being a 200-pound, decently trained grappler and striker, I am probably higher on the food chain than your average Kurdish criminal. But I don't think that the Japanese should be forced to engage in that particular arm race.
をしっかりと守っていこうです。日本人ファーストに込めた思いでもあります。
日本人は世界で最高の民族です。私たちはもっと幸せになる権利があるんですよ。日本人の常識なんか通用しないんだから。
Wait.
甘いことを言ってたら。
brother, it's the wrong hat. Like I get that's great energy, but can someone tell him? Does he know? Feeling safer as a clear foreigner late at night is not very rare, but it's not the norm in most places. Yes. Well, it's not. It was less about me being a foreigner and just me having the recognition of the fact that it's like 11 p.m. in the evening on a weekday. He's inspired. Okay, let him thrive. No hate. Absolutely. Like I love the energy, but make your own merch. It was less about being a foreigner and more just the recognition of the fact that I am outdoors late at night with none of the protective weapons that I'm used to carrying. Because, for example, if I go outside late at night in Russia, I will at the very least have my knife on me. He kind of looks like him. There's something there. I think, like the general shape is kind of there.
どんどん侵略される。
国を愛してるだけじゃないですかとか、日本人ファーストって当たり前のこと言ってるだけですけどみたいな弱者ムーブをするようになったことが貧しくて、寂しい国家になってしまったなと、すごいそういうふうに思っています。
And recently, more and more politicians raising the voice against.
You freely walked in dangerous cities and found it so safe. When you tell people, they're like, wow, and you have to say it was safe for you. Yeah, that's a very material difference. Like, again, if I can walk around at night, for example, in Moscow, because I have deterrence on me. But the thing about Japan is that it never even occurred to me that I needed to be a formidable force in order to be able to walk around in Tokyo at night. Scapegoat? Okay, who's committing the crimes? Yeah.
Against the movement.
外国人叩いたって何も解決しませんよ。
This is a communist group, by the way.
と違いでしょ。
This is especially ironic because they're co-opting the name Shinsengumi, because Shinsengumi were violently nationalist. They were completely against opening the country to the rest of the world and allowing foreigners in.
そんな差別はやめろよっていう話なんです。
今外国人への差別排外主義が非常に強くなっていることに
Also a communist party, by the way.
民ととっても危惧を感じて
All of these parties have connections to the Japanese communist movement. All I'm saying is we need another Yamaguchi Otoya. Basic history by Rory Kenshin. Shinsengumi, serious hardcore motherfuckers. I haven't watched Rory Kenshin, but I've been to a lot of the sites that are associated with the Shinsengumi. Well, if it's Reiwa, how bad can it really be? Well, Reiwa is the current Christ. It's the current age, basically, because Japan. Yeah, the current era. Thank you, because Japan measures its years, its eras by the current reigning monarch. And as the new monarch stepped in, I believe in 2019, it denoted the beginning of the era of Reiwa. Shinsengumi are literally the last villains in the series, a highly dramatized shonen version, but major baddies. They were, I would say, they were a formidable force. Mostly through the quality of their organization and at least a baseline level of training of their troops, as opposed to being some kind of, uniquely trained badasses, maybe with the exception of a few of the founding members who were legitimately extremely well-trained swordsmen.
います。外国人への差別排外主義の先にあるのはまさにヘイトクライムであり、ジェノサイドであり。
You see them, they use the same loan words. They're not even translating the Globo Homo playbook.
戦争ではないでしょうか。
相対的に見たら日本は物価が安くて給料上がってないから。そう見えるのはそうなんだけど、この人たちの方が
Have you tried not importing a million foreigners and maybe your wages are going to start growing?
日本語を学んだりとか日本の法律とか文化に馴染まないといけない、ハンディがあるわけで優遇されてるっていうふうには思わないですね。
Congratulations, you're a useless fence sitter. Rag, you had questions because I'm about to rant. I am going to say some stuff. Because if her Gay Kwon-do video was any point of reference, I'm going to maul to death. I trained like a samurai. The fuck you did. Why does everyone ignore the deportation wave of Hungary and their wages explosion? Well, because it's countered the narrative. No. Listen, if you have questions, go ahead. Like, let's not hang it up. Yeah, this is not a scripted show. We don't have a run of show that's preset. You know what? I think they probably recorded this when he was doing his USA tour. I don't have a strong opinion about Seki-sensei. Asayama Shidenryu is, it's a valid school. They have confirmed lineage. I question why they choose to participate in Shindenryu as their primary Iaido style, but other than that, I don't really have bad things to say about them. But I think Seki-sensei is getting pulled into the media cycle. So he was here with doing a seminar for their Miami branch, and Miami branch is is a generous way to call it. It's a bunch of people who are loosely organized to do a Sayama Ichidenryu in Miami. They don't really even have a stable training spot. It's more about not just me in particular, but in general. You're wondering where the pushback resistance to this stuff is. Obviously not in Japan, but elsewhere. Why do people think samurai is a school? Because they conceptualize everything in cognitive heuristics. People are cognitive misers. They think that once something... They want to put everything into sort of similarly shaped boxes because it's easier to structure the world around you that way. I don't understand the question. Like Rag, sorry. You're wondering where the pushback resistance to this... What is this stuff? Can you be more specific? The pushback to the globo homo? To left-wing ideology in general? Or more widely to communism and Marxism? There's plenty of resistance to that. The problem is that a lot of these people have infiltrated institutions and now they're using the power of said institutions to fight their fight. And they are very insidious in doing so. I mean, even those who agree just want to maybe post online and make videos. You mean organizing? You mean like the Make America Great Again party that has successfully, you know, been elected, that has misplaced several rhinos in the Senate and in the Congress, and we have a president who's basically taken over the Republican Party? Oh, in the same vein as in the US. Well... See, in the UK, reform was supposed to be that, but then it turns out that Nigel Farage cares more about being liked by The Guardian than he is with being liked by his actual electorate. So that's why he has a party full of Indians that's probably going to fight the Pakistanis, I guess, which is, you know, better the devil you know, I guess. A lot of places in Europe are... sort of regaining that that national consciousness, and they are actively starting to push back against the globo homo being pushed down their throats. Like, yes, you have Hungary, you have Eastern Europe. A lot of the places that were in the comm bloc are going to be largely inoculated from the communist bullshit, because they've tried that particular Kool-Aid in very recent memory. There are people around who have lived under the Soviet Union still. And even then, the following generations have seen the scars of communism in whichever form it actually takes. And you also need to understand that as the boomers who have invaded their own countries with infinity foreigners, they've actively disenfranchised the younger generations. When younger generations no longer have a consistent and safe way of gaining success, and by success I mean just basically filling up their Maslow pyramid, their Maslow's hierarchy of needs, they are going to become increasingly aggressive, and they are going to organically organize and fight against the things that are making their life worse. Because as you further disenfranchise your younger generations, which are very, very active, they have a lot of energy, and as you deprive them of things to lose, you are going to see them activate more and more. Gen Z went for Trump extremely hard because they're generally unabashed about that. Gen Z men are put in a place of, well, what the fuck am I supposed to do? I'm not female, I'm not gay, I'm not one of the coloreds, so I'm definitely not getting any kind of preferential treatment when it comes to getting hired for nicer jobs. I may as well flip the entire fucking board by voting for Trump. And what the leftists need to understand is that voting for Trump is still a very moderate way of flipping the board. Because those same young men fight for fun, own guns, and if you give them nothing, if you leave them with nothing to lose, they are going to start collecting heads. Which is an activity in which the left, despite their frequent proclamations of support for violence, are not ready to participate in. the limp-wristed cucks that primarily comprise the left are not ready for that smoke. Does the hope lie in party politics? You're extremely certain that any politics, once in power, eventually just becomes weak politicians? Oh, that is going to be a case-specific question. You see, Japan seems to be doing just fine, at least initially, operating within the system of party politics and sort of voting hard enough to fix the problem. Even the party that's currently in power understands that it needs to desist from the global homo trajectory in order to retain its power. And even as they do so, they're likely going to lose seats to the new, what the communists would call reactionary parties. And even here in the US, we've voted hard enough, and now we get deportations. How come there aren't any heads being taken globally, even just the threat of it? Well, because right now we're still within the confines of functioning societies. Like, you still have avenues of, like, we can vote our way out of most of these problems. If Trump had been assassinated, the voting solution would have been off the table, and I fully expect that in that scenario, the country would have just popped off into, I wouldn't call that a civil war. It's more like Arizona, Texas, and Florida would have just taken over the rest of the country very quickly. That was basically that was a defining moment. So long as we have an option of following the social process to get things we want, even in the form of a somewhat watered-down compromise, most people are going to follow that, because nobody wants to throw away their generally comfortable first world life. Like, I don't want to pick up my rifle and go, well, who am I kidding? No, I kind of want to go hunt communists, but I'm not going to do that under normal conditions, because I like my six-figure job and my suburban living, and it's more comfortable than waging guerrilla warfare and hunting communists for sport. And until such time as I know that I have a long-term successful outcome as a possibility for me, sort of as a result of staying within the confines, as a result of coloring within the lines, I am going to color within the lines. If I understand that I can no longer vote, pay taxes, and go do my job in order to secure the survival of my family, I am going to pick up that rifle, and I am going to go hunt. And I don't mean hunt prey. The problem is that the whole establishment machine that wants all this disenfranchisement is trying to sell the infinite stability, and once the illusion finally vanishes, they'll ask if we really want the old cycle of decay and bloodshed for renewal. The words they're trying to avoid is "so be it." Yeah, basically. So it's always a question of desperation. Like, once civil means of getting things you want no longer work, generally people will either give up on the things they want, or they will switch over to less civil means of getting the things they want. And usually it hinges upon how critical the thing you want is. I want to be able to provide for my family and build generational wealth. If I can vote my way to doing that, I will do that. If the only way to securing that future for myself and my family and my bloodline is giving communists free one-way helicopter rides, so be it. And so far as the comfort of the life we enjoy under civil society, where does the line come in? When you feel like yours is under threat, or when your way of life... Wait, what? It's basically just what I've explained. If so long as you have the standard socially agreed upon mechanisms of maintaining your way of life, most people will bias towards those. the first ones to react are always going to be people who don't have stakes, who have nothing to lose. Like, I will not, again, since I can mostly bounce off of my own examples, like, currently, as it is, my better odds of success are playing within the rules of current society. Go to work, don't glow, save money, be responsible, participate in society, refuse Indian resumes when you see them come up in your hiring pipeline. If I am presented with an option where I can no longer do that, and I'm like going to be inevitably gassed out by infinity Indians, infinity Mexicans, infinity whatever the fuck else, and I will be systematically passed up for work opportunities, for just, you know, any kind of option to improve my stake in life, then violence becomes a source of higher long-term lifetime outcomes than just going along with the system. Already got reasonable people with reasonable lives asking why we're not doing so already. They're willing to jump into discomfort because they view what they worked for, family and all, has been highly insecure. Yes, we do have that. Do you think what you think is happening? Frog in boiling water, by the time it hits you, it's over. So, Rag, the thing with the frog in boiling water is that frog in the experiment was lobotomized. It's not what the experiment established. It's not that you can boil something slowly and people won't notice. Incrementalism is a valid tactic, but it turns out people still noticed unless they are lobotomized. So I have my very clear red lines. The cost-benefit analysis happens all of the time. All of the time, I answer the question of, is it worth it to just go and start hanging people off of lampposts in order to protect my way of life? I have to answer that question very frequently. So far, I have more impact. I will have more impact by going to work, funding ideas I agree with, and signal boosting them, than I will by, I don't know, fucking hypothetically assassinating the communist who's attempting to run for mayor in New York. You know what I mean? Like, at this point, the violent solution is throwing my life away. Doing something in the spur of the moment is brave but retarded. Not even necessarily violence, even organized disobedience. Organized disobedience comes with jail time. That's the thing. Again, what am I supposed to disobey to? Not pay taxes? I try to lower my taxable, like, I try to use every trick in the book to pay as little taxes as possible. Do I try to promote things that are better for the general economic and cultural health of the country in my day-to-day work? Yes, that's what I do. I work quietly in the dark because I am going to be more efficacious doing that than, for example, showing up to an industry event in a MAGA hat. I seek to use the same insidious methods that the opposition is using, while being more intelligent and not being a retarded soy-fed demon. And instead being a Chad meat-fed buff Oni. You know what I mean? All right, now let's laugh at the Californian middle-class woman.
This video is sponsored by Native.
I don't want to do anything dangerous.
Right.
But everything we're doing is dangerous, you know?
Yeah, I sense that.
There is
Why is there a Scottish accent explaining horseback archery?
serious risk to life. People can lose their life. People have lost their life.
What? No, they haven't.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, I mean, if they fall off a horse, sure, but that's like the same risk level as... That's an Aussie, excuse me. Silence Timu Markiplier. Well, that's just the normal level of hazard of any equestrian pursuit. Like, I assume that the injury and death rate of Yabusame is probably less of that than horseback polo or horse racing.
Have we gone too far?
Across feudal Japan, there were schools tasked by the shogun to teach the samurai class everything, from swordsmanship to archery to etiquette. And recently, I heard that one of these schools still exists.
One of these schools still exists.
This week, I will be traveling to the mountains of Japan to train with legendary masters to learn the way of the katana.
I'm about to spar Seiki Sensei with 0.0% experience.
And Yabusame, the ancient art of horseback archery.
You probably picked one of the toughest things to learn how to do so quick. It's not just pick up a bow, ride a horse, and shoot. They have etiquette for every single thing that they do.
Oh, so like everything in Japan. Okay. Bumper payday for YouTube tourists.
What did it really take to become one of the most disciplined and feared warriors in human history?
I feel like they gave her that outfit just to make fun of her, because that does not look like a traditional Yabusame outfit. The odds of dying in the horse racing industry increase steadily the closer you get to Stay Gold's lineage. Dream Journey is basically maximum risk. I have no place of reference for that. Like, the closest I've ever come to dealing with horses is carrying a Glock.
Challenge accepted.
What is the challenge, though?
We are currently headed to Nikko, Japan, which is a small mountain town a few hours outside of Tokyo. For the next week, I'm going to be attending a school that has been around for...
Look at this bitch taking a taxi to a town outside of Tokyo. She's not even taking the damn train.
...over 800 years. Ogasawara Ryu is one of Japan's oldest schools of etiquette, archery,
Also inferior to Iseryu, but that's just me.
and mounted archery. The Ogasawara family served as instructors to generations of shoguns to teach the samurai class of Japan how
All of her luggage, Lamau, yeah.
to walk, bow, and shoot with grace. And now their current headmaster, Ogasawara Sensei, is about to become my teacher. From what I have seen and read, the samurai approach to perfection is one of peace.
Wait a minute.
What? No, it's not.
Just decided that based on watching this.
No.
So you're citing
Her fucking cameraman is calling her out.
the
No,
Last Samurai?
Can you not do this to me? Hey, Yasu.
Stay Gold was temperamental, all his aspiring. Temperamentals Dream Journey was notable, and they hired a trainer specialized in temperamental horses. That any horse he trained, only Dream Journey kicked aggressively, and it was pure intent to kill. Nice.
How accurate is the Tom Cruise movie, The Last Samurai?
First of all, the whole story is completely fictional. Yeah.
So what you're saying is, like usual, Americans have inserted themselves into the story.
Pretty much.
We've also fucking inserted ourselves into your Tokyo Bay. Ayo!
Guys, when we meet Ogasawara Sensei, make sure that you bow as deeply as you can, I guess.
You may want to instruct the Californian woman on that beforehand. Preferably make her do it multiple times just to make sure she understands where she is.
Usually around like 30 degrees, so it'll be okay. To show respect. Who knows?
Yeah, of course I'm nervous. We're about to meet a living samurai. We are waiting for...
Technically, the Ogasawara clan are not samurai, they are nobles. They are kuge. They are palace nobles. They're not in the military hierarchy and never were.
Ogasawara Sensei.
The whole point of the the whole point of the Legend of the 47 Ronin is the conflict between the kuge and one of the local daimyo, because the kuge were constantly competing for influence with the samurai and with the daimyos.
To arrive, I'm pretty nervous.
Because the Kuge derive their power and authority from the imperial court, while the daimyo are military nobility that derive their authority from the shogunate. Come on, she thinks Ronin is a type of food. Fair. This mythologized samurai shit is the product of not just a sign of poor education, but a lack of interest in actually learning more than surface level knowledge. Again, she is a Californian middle class woman. What did you expect? And a YouTuber at that.
He's a very revered man. I'm so excited to learn from him this week.
They couldn't even teach her. They couldn't trust her tying the hakama correctly. Something that you learn like day one during doing Yaido.
Everybody here is like, I can't believe that you got Ogasawara Sensei to agree to do this.
I assume you paid him a shit ton of money.
Sorry.
She put the hakama on backwards. That's why she can't be trusted to put it on herself. Never mind. You're not supposed to round your fucking back when bowing. Stay cool. We're not gonna drop any big words just yet.
Michelle, this is Ogasawara.
Don't keep your hands behind your back, you
Sensei, Ogasawara Kiyomoto Sensei.
小笠原です。よろしくお願いします。で、最終的にはこういう風な姿を目指しましょうというのをここで見ていただきますので、ぜひ一緒に見ましょう。
Soypog! He did the thing that he trains to do. It's also considered extremely rude to have visible expressions of emotion.
What we just witnessed is a ritual known as Yabusame, a performance of mounted archery dating back to the 13th century, involving a rider galloping down a straight track, shooting arrows at wooden targets. Its purpose was not only as a Shinto ritual to honor gods and spirits of Japan, but also as a way to train and test the samurai class. And for my final challenge,
No, it wasn't.
I will be attempting a full Yabusame run that will be graded by Ogasawara Sensei himself.
How many foreigners have tried Yabusame at Ogasawara Ryu?
A lot.
20人弱だと思います。
So less than 20 people have tried what I'm going to do at the end of this week. Yes, that is correct.
Outside of the immediate option, would she get slapped for being this uncouth in front of someone with actual authority in not today time? I don't think she would have been ever given the opportunity for that. Like, realistically, maybe feudal class separations had a point.
72-hour odor protection with only 9 ingredients isn't a myth.
Yeah, make her tea.
So we're changing it from a Western saddle to a Japanese.
Australian saddle.
Australian?
To a Japanese, yep.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Australian? Australian?
Oh, look at that. They have a house gaijin.
My name's Michael No, and I've been a member of Ogasawara Ryu for 12 years now. Oh. Good boy. Yabusame and horses is an aspect of martial arts that I have chosen. Up. There you go. Apart from it providing for me for my aspects of danger and other things that attract me, it also has helped me a lot in my life to become a more well-balanced person, a more considerate person, and I really do believe a better person. Absolutely. Okay. Good boy. Come on. When I heard about Michelle coming and wanting to learn Yabusame in less than a week, most people couldn't achieve that. But when I saw Michelle's channel, it gave me...
Based on the things that I've seen her do so far, she is offensively mediocre. Like, nothing about her is special or outstanding, outside of the fact that she can throw a ridiculous amount of money at a gimmick and then pretend to achieve some degree of success.
More confidence.
I'm so excited to learn from you. This weather is crazy. You train in rain, shine, snow.
Yeah, rain and that, it's just a sort of discomfort. So yeah, we put up with it. Since you've done some riding, it's probably good to just see a little bit how you ride first.
Okay.
You'll find that the techniques that we use, the riding position, etc., is completely different.
When I heard Michelle was coming, you wanted to hide the entire time out of shame. When she finally showed up, I thought maybe she let... Okay, I'm not going to read that out. I don't know. I'm not going to cast aspersions on the nice Aussie man.
Different to what you've learned.
So before I came here, I actually got 4 weeks of horseback training back in America.
But it is funny that an Australian man had to escape Australia to, at the very least, have access to a bow.
Kick, you're pulling back.
I'm bouncing all over the place.
Yeah.
How do I not? Wait, can we slow down?
That bounciness, that's the trot. So there's 4 different gaits. Walk, trot, canter, and gallop.
Oh my God. Whew. Okay.
That's 1 lap.
If I get to Japan and I am not good enough at riding, they will not let me attempt Yabusame, which makes a ton of sense because this is dangerous.
Okay, so she's not learning Yabusame in a week. She's actually doing some kind of prep work.
You're thinking that the reins are keeping you on the horse, right? And they're not. Keep both of your hands by your stomach and just drop the reins. Good. Good. Atta girl. Well done.
And that training was absolutely crucial. But at the same time, I've only been doing this for about a month.
You probably picked one of the toughest things.
An entire month? Given that you don't really have a real job and you can dedicate all of your time to master what is realistically a fairly basic skill? Yeah, that's actually a lot of bandwidth, and it's reasonable to expect a normal human being with a fully functioning brain to be able to do that, yeah.
Things to try to learn how to do so quick. It's not just pick up a bow, ride a horse, and shoot. They have etiquette for every single thing that they do.
First, before we get on, we're going to actually bow to the horse. Yeah, very good. And then you can walk.
Don't round your fucking back! God, can someone please explain to her that you're not supposed to do that?
Walking left, right, left. Okay, now take your reins. And then you're going to slip out of your sandals.
We're out here in the traditional garb and socks. No shoes, socks. Because...
Tabi, not socks.
that is what samurai did. Okay, good.
Can you...
It's not what samurai did, it's what you do in any formal situation. I go do tea ceremony, and I have to wear a clean pair of tabi. Tie next forward her waist, and Neko so she'll keep her spine straight. I don't know what that is.
Get your foot in there? No? Lift your own foot up in, tuck it in. People shorter than you get on horses taller than this. Okay, there you go, you did it. You can do it, see?
He's poking fun of her. I like that.
At home, I was training in boots.
Yep.
I feel so different just wearing socks.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
And what's his name?
Cody.
Cody.
I'll stand in the middle over here.
Right out the gate, even things as simple as getting this horse to walk is so much more difficult because it's a different animal.
So even now his head's going one way, but his shoulder's going another way.
In addition to that, using the stirrups is totally different.
So this is a standard English style stirrup that you would see. And then we come to a Japanese stirrup, which there's...
It's a 2x4. A 2x4 is a piece of wood measuring 2 inches by 4 inches in a rectangular solid shape. Okay.
No stirrup.
See, there was not a 2 in the message that you've originally typed out.
Like it in any other culture. But they have to be quite good riders because their foot can slide out of the side of the stirrup because they have nothing stopping it here.
When you look at these stirrups, they look like a little sled. So I assumed your foot goes perfectly straight in the sled. It's a foot sled, right?
Also helps to, actually like read what you've typed out before you hit send.
That's apparently not how they work. Your foot is almost like 45 degrees perpendicular in the sled. So my foot is actually halfway off the stirrup, which is terrifying.
It will feel very uncomfortable, but that's it. Toe there, that's it. This is the way. Are you ready to canter and do it? Can you canter a circle?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so, yeah. Oh, my foot.
Sit down, sit down, sit down. So if you lose your stirrup like that, it's really, really dangerous, okay? Because you're standing up and all your weight goes onto one side. There's a chance that the saddle will turn. You will just come off. You just come off. That's it.
I'm just so not used to half my foot being off of it. It's really freaky.
It's absolutely going to be different, everything.
Okay, and to think at the end of this week, I need to ride the horse, drop the reins, pick up a bow and arrow, shoot the bow and arrow, hit a target without falling off. There are no seatbelts on this thing.
I really hope she falls off.
None.
And one of the most essential elements of a good Yabusame performance is the ability to keep your head perfectly flat while galloping on the horse. They say the archer is supposed to look like they're gliding on a flying carpet, but it's also one of the hardest skills to master. And the best way to learn it is to practice what is known as reiho.
で、そのままずっと下がっていきます。
Lower your body, bend your knees.
前に倒れない、前に。
Without leaning forward.
はい。空間、
No, not sitting down. Just keeping that.
I'm
pos-
here?
Yeah, here.
In the air?
Yeah, and then make sure your body is straight. Do you find some
Oh no. Basic posture.
part is hard?
All of it, yeah. This is very
Remember how women used to be taught that just as part of normal schooling?
It looks so simple, but in reality, I'm using every muscle in my body to try and perfectly stand up, sit down, or even just take one step.
That's because you're profoundly unathletic and don't really have good body awareness.
Reiho is the traditional Japanese system of etiquette, which encompasses everything from walking, sitting.
No, it's not a traditional Japanese system. Reiho is a generic term for all etiquette systems that apply to any activity.
Greetings, gift giving, and more. And the Ogasawara family is credited with developing this form of etiquette and teaching it to the samurai class.
No, the Ogasawara clan specifically developed the Ogasawara Reiho, as opposed to the Iseryu Reiho that I was taught.
Centuries ago.
昔はこういう兜をかぶって戦っていたので、こういうふうに揺れてしまうと、やっぱり負担が大きいですね。
Oh, it is so heavy. Oh my goodness, it's very heavy.
200年前ぐらい。
It's about 200 years old, this one.
This is 200 years old?
取りますか?
Oh my gosh.
武士の動きがシンプルなのは、やっぱりこういうものをつけて戦っていたので、無駄のない動きをしないと、それは疲れちゃうし、負けてしまいますね。
The helmet is also, under normal conditions, strapped down to your face and to the menpo mask, and is also affixed to the neck brace, which sits on your armor, and the armor itself sits on your hips. The samurai plate is actually very comfortable to move around in and doesn't require contrived training to use.
日常生活がイコール戦いのための体を作るっていうことになっていくんですね。
So it's a practical application because the more movement you have, the more energy you're expelling when you're carrying that much weight.
はい、派手派手しくする動きとして派手派手しくするようなものが結構映画とかは多いと思うんですけどそんなことをやったら戦いで負けてしまうので。
So The Last Samurai starring Tom Cruise is one of my all-time favorite movies.
I can tell.
This is one of the stunt saddles from the movie The Last Samurai. Yeah. So.
With my boy Tom?
Yeah.
My boy Tom! This was within Tom's vicinity, and I'm gonna ride it! And as you might already know, this year my goal is to recreate some of Tom Cruise's craziest stunts. We've already done a few homages, but I am most excited to attempt Tom's stunt.
This is the most painfully white woman thing ever. I'm sorry, Oni Dojo. I have cancer now, and all of you do too.
From Mission Impossible 5, where he's hanging off the side of a plane as it's taking off. So please subscribe so you don't miss it when it comes out.
Absolutely
now, it
not.
wouldn't be a true samurai school without learning how to use the most iconic weapon in Japanese history, the katana. And so I'm traveling to the 400-year-old Asayama Ichirin Ryu to study under legendary swordsman Seiki Sensei. And one of his students,
This man absolutely made the bag from this.
Shogo.
Oh no, not fucking Shogo. Why can't I escape you?
こんにちは。
はい、関と申します。よろしくお願いします。
Today's the youth Sexy Sensei, the 22nd headmaster of Asami Shinryu. It's a pleasure to meet you.
I am so privileged to get to train with you, Seiki-sensei and Shogo. This is such a huge honor to be here today.
Yeah, do you have any experience with katana stuff?
So I've never wielded a katana. However, I did fencing in middle school and
Ruining your Yorkshire tea. I'm sorry, Rag. Your tea was ruined at the time it was blended into Yorkshire tea. Where is his chin? He has none.
high school.
Really?
It's been a really long time since I've picked up a
Oh, no, Terry, you were not here for my anti-Shogo fatwa, weren't you? That's old Kurumaru lore. But basically, back in the day, I called Shogo out because he brands himself as a katana trainee, quote unquote, while being a... Oh Christ! What is? There's a word I'm looking for. An extremely unimpressive amateur at best. Like I would not have even graded him at Shodan. Not even a first degree black belt at Iaido.
sword-based weapon though. So, and I know this will be totally different.
Then to start your training, I actually have an idea for you. Yes.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be fun if you could start the training with some sparring with Sensei?
What?
Yeah, you can start from there.
I'm going to spar Seiki-sensei?
Yes, no,
Living
he's only been
legend?
training Budo since he was 3 years old for about 50 years now.
I'm convinced he's immortal and has been around for thousands of years. What? I'm about to spar Seiki-sensei with 0.0% experience.
Sensei is a living legend. He has dedicated his whole life to training martial arts, and he loves it.
And we're not aiming for the head.
Again, not to disparage the man, but there's like 300 people like that in Japan, if not a full 1,000. Like I've personally shaken hands and received odd party gifts from 5 people with biographies like that.
顔狙わない方がいいですか？
どうぞ。
どうぞ means go ahead. If you want to. Yeah, if you're brave enough.
Oh my, I'm shaking right now.
So,
All right.
all right. Facing Sensei is really like fighting a giant. He is a wall.
72-hour odor protection with only 9 ingredients isn't a myth.
Notice how this bitch peppers in ads throughout her video. She can manage that because she's a monetized partner. Very basic Seigan.
Okay.
The moment you face him, you feel those decades of training and you feel like a tiny ant trying to find an elephant or something, you know?
That's only if you're very poorly trained, which she obviously is, and so is Shogo.
It's just walking at me.
So, Seiki-sensei is currently demonstrating a very basic concept of fencing. He is maintaining what is referred to as Seigan no Kamae, or sometimes it's specified as Chu Seidan no Kamae, Seigan no Kamae, where you occupy the center line and then you basically impose your range on your opponent, and then it becomes a competition of basically how each one of you controls the neutral better without giving up what's referred to Suki, one of the openings that you may produce. And generally there are 3 categories of Suki: Gino Suki, breaches in technique, weaknesses in technique; Shin no Suki, weaknesses of the mind; and Dainosuki, which is just basically physical weaknesses, which is a deficit in conditioning.
ミシェルには浅山一伝流の抜刀の基本、それと剣術の基本と型ということですね。
To me, this is one of the pinnacle skills.
Again, it's considered extremely rude to visibly soipog as you're being demonstrated technique.
That a samurai must know.
If you watch like movies and stuff, your image of the katana might be just swinging it, but when you actually get into it, there's so many precise techniques.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay.
大丈夫？
Are you okay?
No.
いや大丈夫じゃないです。で最後意を決して出したものがちょっとここに当たったのでね。
But you were going super easy on me.
まあそれは
So for everybody wondering, I did finally earn my black belt in Taekwondo, which I'm super excited about.
Based on the exam that I saw, you still haven't earned it.
After I failed my black belt test in that episode, I spent 6 months just training for the brick break, and finally the week before Christmas, I did it.
Okay, but did you do the rest of the exam? Because the way you did the exam in that video was not a passing grade for a black belt, I'm sorry to tell you. Was she a real black belt in Taekwondo? No, she's not. Like, based on the grading exam that I've seen, no the fuck she's not. She has not... Again, Taekwondo is a very low bar for as far as combatives go, but I did not see any competent training being done by her. Outslayer is a banger brand of boxing bag, though. Oh my god, such a big emotional nothing burger. Still not a real black belt. Wait, hold the fuck up. Did you do that in a glove that's also... Wait. She did that in a glove that's covered in electrical tape. Fake and gay. Boo!
I did it.
What the actual fuck? Taekwondo bros are never beating the allegations.
But today, back to ground zero, white belt in Kinjitsu.
初めてだと思いますけど、これを使ってみてください。
katana you'll be using.
はい。
Where does it go? I used it.
こういう風にね。あ、ここもだな。
Japanese sure do know how to cater to YouTubers and get the bag. It's good for them.
Oh, because they'll pull it out. Okay.
Yes, yes, you'll come.
Ah, okay.
Yes, there we go.
Are these sharp katanas?
No.
Okay. Okay.
一回の撮影で終わりです。
Oh my gosh.
There is something we Americans will rarely comprehend. A sort of swordsmanship called iaido. Its purpose is to decapitate, disembowel, kill the opponent with a single blow.
I have literally been here for hours just learning how to draw and sheath the katana. There really is beauty and art in even just putting the sword away.
Woman, you don't understand a single thing you're being taught. Oh god, looking at this pains me. Why are they using B-reel from the 50s and 60s? I don't know. It's better B-reel than looking at her. Like, for everyone's context, I am a 4th degree black belt. Well, excuse me, not 4th. I am a 3rd degree black belt in Musoji Kiden Neishinryu. I misspoke about 4th because I've met the formal requirements for my 4th degree black belt because I've trained 2 Yudansha that have successfully graded as black belts. So I am the subject matter expert, and I can throw shit at the wall all day here.
But also, that beauty has...
I appreciate that they're letting her embarrass herself by, like, not correcting the shit that she does.
Purpose to it, to help protect yourself.
私のここを止めてみてください。
Stop him when he tries to draw.
できるでしょ？
You can stop him, right? Grip firmly.
こういうことですか？
See?
Yes, he's currently explaining Saebiki, which is, yes, it's a valid component of that. It's a very important technical component. Firmly grasp it. No, it's not the point of the exercise here. Saebiki is the inverse movement. So the natural reaction of anyone taking a sword, when you're being told to draw a sword, you're going to pull the sword out of the scabbard. The way EI does it, for the purposes of movement economy, is that they retract the scabbard off of the sword while adding hip rotation and extending your lead arm. That way you still have enough spring in your cutting arm while more efficiently and more quickly removing the sword from the scabbard.
Ow!
ね、左で抜いてるそういうことが。つまり右手で前に引き出さなくても、鞘を引いて 腰を開けばここで刀抜けちゃう。
And ultimately, everything needs to be in one motion.
I would even say that this sword is a little bit short for Saiki Sensei's capability for Koshin no Mawari. He can obviously effectively draw a significantly larger blade.
Oh, this is one motion. There's no pauses or stops in between.
これで抜いてる。
She's pulling with her right hand because she did not pay attention to what was explained.
Oh. ちょっと極端だけどできてますね。
Too dramatic.
You're right though.
Okay.
Mokuba is one of the foundations of Ogasawara-do. Even though we ride horses and you see us, galloping, I would say like 80% of our training is done on the Mokuba, the wooden horse.
Yeah, it's basically dry fire.
So this is a way to safely check posture and practice archery.
Yeah, absolutely, and to just build that form. So you're sitting now in a real Edo period saddle. This is a real wooden antique saddle, so this would be at least 300, possibly 400 years old.
That's amazing. Watching Michael really illuminated to me. I really gotta fix my form when
Why are you letting her touch that without gloves?
I'm standing in the stirrups, and that's everything. It's just so much muscle engagement.
She's not even taking her ring off. It's a big pet peeve of mine because I've actually trained real martial arts and I've trained people in real martial arts. And whenever I see people retaining jewelry during martial practice, it irks me to no fucking end. Like, the first thing I want to do is break their fucking wrist. So annoyed that her instructor in Japan is an Aussie. No, I'm actually okay with that.
Open your knees more.
Maybe we'll get lucky and she'll still suffer a degloving incident. No, we will not, because otherwise she wouldn't have made the video.
And yep, it's really hard.
Oh my goodness.
Yep.
It's literally like holding a horse stand squat with a cast.
It's not. A horse stand squat is 90 degrees at the knee. You have never done a horse stand squat in your entire life. Please shut the fuck up and never leave the kitchen.
Very rod in the middle of your foot.
So you'll find it uncomfortable. A lot of things are very uncomfortable about this, but you have to learn.
Life is hard. Get used to it.
And uncomfortable is the way.
Is the way.
Okay. And literally, when you get that stability, you will feel this really, I don't want to say magical, but a very good feeling, a very stable feeling of the horse just floating under you.
Sure she has. She specialized in horse stand squatting upon this dick. Nah, she doesn't strike me as the type to be proactive. She has starfish energy. Just look at the way she bows. There's no way she's hitting that good arched back during doggy style.
The form is very, very important because it's not a sport, it is a ritual.
God, she really fucking brings the bile out in me.
It is a tradition. Maintaining a standard is essential to maintaining the tradition of Ogasawara-do.
There is something really special about the flow when you finally get in this crazy freaking position and hold your body the right way. It feels like you're floating.
This woman voted for Gavin Newsom. I can very easily believe that. I would have known that without you telling me.
I've not experienced that feeling before. So it's really, really exciting to experience for like half a millisecond when I get it correct.
This guy, sorry, open a dojo in Sydney or Auckland. No, listen, that's okay. People are allowed to like things. See, Rag, you're currently throwing shade at me directly. Because I went to Japan to learn the things that I want to know. He's learning a craft that he likes to the extent like that he's allowed to be a public-facing representative.
When you get into the right position, it feels so cool.
He's also not instructing any of the local population realistically. Well, who is he teaching, Rag? He is teaching a YouTuber, a foreign YouTuber.
Cool.
Yeah.
It really.
Oh no, I would teach a foreign YouTuber. I would make fun of her the entire way.
It does feel like you're floating. Why does it matter to you to keep this tradition alive?
As long as there's students, it will always survive, right? So many traditions all around the world disappear over time, and it's pretty amazing that this one has remained.
See, I think that's a bit of that's misplaced hubris, because, brother, you learning it does nothing for the preservation of the art. That's the thing. You're not part of this tradition. I'm sorry. Midas Dane would have had a higher chance of making her want to stay and lasso. Wait, what? No. Please don't lasso me by the balls. That's not what the balls are for. Now that you think of it, the Japanese don't want him to teach them either. Well, he's not there in a teaching capacity. He's there to learn. Let the man learn. Leave him the fuck alone. If they're using him as the Tard Wrangler, all the better.
All right, let's get out onto the...
Okay, we're going to the track?
Yeah.
All right.
Michael says, okay, let's go to the track. I'm like, okay, sure.
I'm honestly getting a little bit anxious because looking down this is crazy.
It's native. Native is made with 9 clean ingredients and is good for your skin.
We're not galloping today or
I know,
anything.
but seeing how fast you go, and I saw the horses get very excited.
Yeah, we'll be all right. Now, honestly, I don't...
Her entire body language is so violently off-putting.
I don't want to do anything dangerous.
Right.
But everything we're doing is dangerous. You know?
Stop rounding your fucking back. Taking the piss out of an Aussie is second nature. Listen, you Commonwealthers do your thing.
Yeah, I sense that.
I'm not going to push you into danger, but I also don't want to hold you back. So if you feel like, no, it's not comfortable, it's too much, don't do it, or just ask me, okay? There is serious risk to life. People can lose their life. People have lost their life. Absolutely, yeah.
Yes, from any engagement with horses. I almost fell off a horse and died.
I've seen lots of accidents. Like, it happens. Things happen. I'm gonna take him off now.
Okay. Okay, hold on. Just give me a second.
Okay, now remember, just breathe, walk, trot, and then try to canter roughly from the first target to the second target. Okay?
It's so cold.
Okay, good. If you feel like you can canter a little, canter a little. If it's too fast, pull him up. Lower your reins. Hold both reins in your right hand. Slow. Yeah, slow. Pull him up, pull him up.
She doesn't have the leg strength to maintain a proper standing position.
Up. There you go. Easy.
So basically, you're supposed to use your legs as a tension spring. That way, you don't wobble, and you also don't accidentally tell the horse to speed up by hitting her with the reins. Not the reins, with the leg rests. That guy must have seen some traumatic horse falls, like anyone who's worked with horses. Do you look emotionally into the camera and then to the side as if it looked like you might cry?
Walk back, come back here. You did good.
They need to build up the activity to be more impressive than to make. Let me correct this. They need to build up whatever she's going to achieve, because she's not going to achieve like the proper thing that she's actually set out to do. But they need to build it up to be more impressive than it actually is.
That was pretty scary.
Yeah. You all right?
Yeah, I felt good until that happened.
Yeah.
I was excited.
Okay.
Have we gone too far? Is the question I ask myself anytime I'm on that horse.
Because you just got a bit of a spook there with the canter, I feel personally the best thing to do is to just...
She was training on a Western saddle with a very different... So she knows the basics of horse riding. Given that she's a wealthy Californian woman, I think that even that was not her first time learning to horse ride. She is using antiquated equipment because the saddle is admittedly old. Like, it is an old-style traditional Japanese saddle. just taking the piss, that was pretty scary. Because all of the shit I said beforehand, yeah.
Do that again.
Do it again.
Oh yeah, and just go past, get
Okay.
over that spook thing so that you don't have that like complex in your head. Best thing to do when you
Rings. She still has jewelry on her
fall
hands.
off, get straight back on.
All right, let's do it.
All right. Canter. Good. Easy. Easy. Good. Okay.
Whoa.
Good. Feel better?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you for encouraging me to do that.
No.
As the week continues and the training gets more intense, the weather is proving to be wild and unpredictable.
It is freezing cold in the mountains. This
Just a second. Let's roll this one back and I can catch up with chat. You're going to go hard and say it's a poor craftsman that blames his tools? It's not that the tools are to blame. I would say that different tools require a lot of sports specificity. So it is very different from what she did, but there is some shared surface area. He built it up for her, or it's all just bad WWE and they know their lines? Of course they know their lines. This is prescriptive as fuck. Basically, fuck her. Yeah, I agree with that.
And unpredictable.
It is freezing cold in the mountains. This floor is ice cold. I can't feel my feet right now.
I travel hours through the
no.
mountains between each school, carrying lessons from the last into the challenges of the next.
剣術の細かい技術っていうのは腕の力が
If I was given a week to train Yabusame and Asayama Ichidenryu interchangeably every day, holy fuck, I would murder to be able to do that instead of complaining.
ギュッとなってると絶対できないんです。
It's all about not getting in the way of your katana.
I would also do significantly better, at the very least at the swordsmanship part.
You gotta be able to feel what the katana wants to do, and to do that, you have to be really relaxed.
I travel to the mountains in a luxury Mercedes van.
That was good. Very good. Actually, the release was really good. Better than I expected.
Honestly curious, was I aware of the dude training her before this video? Not the Yasi, and not fucking Shogo? Seiki Sensei? Yes, I am aware of Seiki Sensei and his school. I was aware of Asayama Ichidenryu way before I knew Seiki Sensei as a personality.
And the closer I get to my final challenge, the training becomes more demanding, with every loading of the arrow, draw of the bow, and strike of the blade.
They've added those sound effects. The blade doesn't make that metallic sound when it's impacting straw mats. It's considered rude to soipog or otherwise be outwardly emotive during traditional Japanese demonstrations. Do better.
72-hour odor protection with only 9 ingredients isn't a myth.
Hey, ありがとうございます.
Oh my gosh, that's so cool.
Yeah, she is doing the default YouTube face. She's actively farming for thumbnails.
That was very, very cool. You're going to be doing this now.
That's actually a very basic Tameshigiri. Cutting straw mats with 2 hands is the easiest thing ever. If you fumble that, you are unfit for life.
With the real
all
katana.
that. Yes, that's
Oh
right.
my gosh.
Challenge,
Okay,
challenge.
cool.
Okay.
Challenge.
Also, I will point something out. My brother in Christ, could you have at the very least removed the Mizuho tag off of your white belt and gotten a style-appropriate embroidery? Shogo, by the way, has allegedly trained in Asayama Ichidenryu for several years now.
Anna.
Yes, that's
Oh
right.
my gosh.
Challenge,
Okay,
challenge.
cool.
Okay.
Challenge.
Challenge.
Today is the day I'm going to cut a tatami mat with a real katana.
Here we go. It's very wide to hold it.
This is a...
話すよ
He's gonna let go. He's
Hi.
gonna let go, okay? See?
She doesn't know how to hold a katana correctly. Is this the... Oh, Rag, you were also here before the Shogo fatwa. You did not trust her with a sword sharp enough to do that.
You can probably see that the katana itself look very different from the training sword, right?
The thing is, so this is very specifically a Tameshigiri katana. It's significantly wider, significantly heavier. I think the sori is more aggressive as well. I can't make out the shape of it too well. Basically, it's built to cut mostly on its own. I'll forgive you. You've missed the fatwa.
Dude.
Yeah. The surface looks completely different.
The curve is so beautiful.
Mm-hmm. It's made from the real steel, so carbon steel called tamahagane. Yep. So in Japan, the katana is very special for the samurais. It was the soul of the samurais. We believe that katanas have gods residing within them.
Real katanas are one-of-a-kind works of art. Hand-forged by a master, they can often take 3 to 6 months to make. And some katanas on the higher end can actually cost up to $20,000.
Up to? They start at 30.
And in the right hands, they're so lethal, you actually need a license to carry one in public.
I'm very excited about this. It reminds me a lot of in Taekwondo.
Yeah, that's because Japan is a very tightly controlled society that doesn't allow, personal liberties to arm yourself. It's not because the katana is so lethal, it's because they are a hyper-securitized society where all violence has been proxied out to the state. And so here's the thing, you don't need a license to actually transport katanas. That's not true. I've transported katanas in Japan. Nobody cares. There's a set of identification documents that are attached to each genuinely made katana, but that is for the purposes of accounting for each katana that's made in Japan, not for purposes of public safety.
Taekwondo, when I attempted to break a board, attempted to break a brick. It's a big milestone as a part of a martial artist's journey to see the effectiveness.
You are not a real martial artist. You are offensively unimpressive as a martial artist. You are also touching the fucking high carbon blade with your hands.
Of what we've been learning.
Be careful. They can really cut. Yes. Wanna start trying? Okay. Left foot forward, jodan.
This is the most woman moment I've ever seen in recent memory. Receives a razor-sharp blade, proceeds to touch the edge. You can buy the katana from Throne if you're interested and wanted questions from the authorities. I forget the UK katana laws, Rag, because they keep changing. Basically, in the UK, you can have a katana, but there are exceptions to it. I believe you need to have a letter of guarantee from a recognized sporting organization that utilizes katanas, or it needs to be manufactured through traditional means. There's some kind of very, very basic permitting process for the UK. Last time I had to deal with that was like in 2013, and since then I've left the accursed island and didn't follow up.
Dance?
Okay, ready? Everyone?
Oh, fuck! Did she hit the floor?
That's how you have to lower your waist.
Oh, no. Is that okay? I'm so sorry.
That's referred to as overtravel. God, she just bit into the floor with a forged katana. Jesus fucking Christ, that hurt to watch.
So your body went up.
So, Rag, not ceremonial, traditionally forged. It's more of a collecting and historical relic issue than it being ceremonial.
Up and you did this.
Okay.
That doesn't look like someone who's been instructed in handling a sword at all, much less a week straight.
Michelle was just joking that Michelle can write her signature next to them.
Oh no!
Michelle was here.
Michelle.
He's just kidding. See, you can see the surface is a bit bent, right? Yes, because you twist it. There's a bit of extra unneeded stress on your katana.
The way I used to explain sword swings and cutting is that the katana is a purpose-built tool to cut soft tissue. And the wet bamboo here, no, sorry, not the wet bamboo, the wet straw mats here are a proxy for wet tissue, and they behave very similarly because it's a homogeneous medium. And since the katana is a purpose-built tool, in order to swing it down and produce an effective cut, you just need to impart force to it and allow it to move through its own natural geometry. The naked ape attached to the sword by the hilt can only interfere with the katana's function of cutting through a target, but never enhance it. You love that he's tearing into her, hell yeah.
Smooth.
That is letting the katana do the cut.
You know what would be very funny? To force her to cut from the draw and just place bets on whether or not she's going to split the scabbard and cut her own fingers off.
So, Sensei can tell how I've moved the katana based on the pattern of the tatami mat after?
Exactly, yes, he's able to
These are also half-sized tatami mats. I just noticed that. These are not standard thickness tatami mats. She's playing on gamer journalist mode, and she still failed.
see what kind of movement you did. That's another way to test your skills too. Yeah.
Yes.
Good.
The sword also does not produce that sound when cutting straw.
ちょっと切り口長いけど OK。まあまあ。
So it's a little smoother?
OK。
Yes, yes, it's a little bit better. Yes.
That's a single tatami mat. We used to fold 3 into a target. It's the shit Gordon Ramsay says to people over and over again. Let the blade do the work, don't force it. Yeah, pretty much. You fucking donkey. Yes, that would have been that. I would have been screaming that at her at the height of my breath. Just a second, I need to do something. Sorry, wife did close the patio door.
一本物チャレンジいく？
やっていただけますか? I have bad news. This is actually the half-size mat. You probably noticed. Yeah. Remember the thicker one? You want to challenge that one? Wow.
Dang. Oh.
Yeah.
はい、気をつけていってらっしゃい。
Okay, be careful. Let's enjoy the ride. Yes.
Oh, I like that. Garrett, I need you to take several steps back.
Yeah, he's also standing in the wrong place to avoid the over travel.
Okay, Kevin looks like he's at a safe distance.
You're not, so he's supposed to be at the opposite side to be on the safe side, where they are standing. She's paying me to make fun of her. This is great. Hey, listen, Seki Sensei is growing on me. Even Shogo by proxy.
72-hour odor protection with only 9 ingredients isn't a myth.
Oh my. Nice.
Nice.
Oh, you achieved the simplest cutting form ever, and did so poorly, by the way, because your stasher was broken.
You really did it.
一番良かったね。今日で一番良かった。
That was the best one today, he's saying.
It's like the cross-section of a tree. It tells a story.
Please, please make her do Nukiuchi. This would be so funny.
But this is just part of the training of all the Kenjutsu kata and the Yai kata that you have to do. So he doesn't want you to be obsessed with the mat cutting. Samurais trained in a lot of martial arts. There's actually a saying that goes, they train 18 different martial arts. For example, they would train with the staff. They might train with the naginata, which are long pole weapons, spears, bows and arrows, riding horses. There were a lot of different martial arts that they trained in. You know, training calligraphy, for example, training Zen meditation, training tea ceremonies and such. This was also part of the samurai's training as well.
自分のですね、大きないろいろと邪念とかエゴをこう取り除いて小さくなって入るっていう意味と。
Is this Urasenke? I'm not quite sure. Wait, Ro. This is a winter. This is a winter setup for tea ceremony. So this was filmed. Oh boy, this was filmed probably during like high season last year. Raw season ends in May, so this was filmed before May this year. You want to fight that guy, sword or otherwise? He's got old man cables. Nah, I could take him.
あと頭を掲げて敬意を持って入るという意味があります。
Etiquette, discipline, how the...
It's so here's the thing. It's not that sounded very disrespectful. So here's the thing. It is important to respect your elders and your betters. And it is important to also not use a direct comparison in martial prowess as a measuring stick. Because I can beat him because I am stronger, faster, and younger, while also being trained in fighting as dirty as you would expect of someone who has full transmission of a Japanese Heiho style. That being said, I should not engage in direct comparisons and direct competitions with someone of Seki Sensei's position because it is A, disrespectful, and B, it's not productive. The things that he can teach me are way more valuable than getting into a dick measuring contest with someone whose main value is being whose primary value is conserving and proliferating a form of knowledge.
Samurais acted in society, how they would try to be a model for all the other people in Japan. There's reasons to everything that you do.
That's a very ornate cup. I'm going to assume this is... Okay, this is not Urasenke, because Urasenke would not accept that pattern of cup. This is either Omote Senke or Musha no Koji Senke. Probably Musha no Koji, if I had to guess.
最後にちょっと立てるところだけでも自分の心の
Oh yeah, this is 100% not Urasenke. This is not even Omote Senke. This is Musha no Koji.
精神を落ち着かせる行為になりますので、後ほど立て方もお伝えいたします。
Which foot you step in from, which hand you use to pick up this
That's way too
utensil,
much matcha.
which utensil you are using for this season, it's summer, it's winter, it's spring, living together with nature. I personally feel tea ceremony is a way to connect not only with people.
Yes. It's one of the most powerful things.
It's not. No, it's not. That Fukusasa Baki is jank. I would get hit with a fucking ruler for doing that. Cups? I know cups too. Rag, so not to flex my credentials, I've been doing formal tea ceremony since 2011. I'm graded. I have my letters of permission from the Urasenke Tea Ceremony School. Tea ceremony is the best thing she's being taught so far. I mean, it's at least the most appropriate. It's the closest to the kitchen. But if I folded a fukusa like that, I would hear slurs.
But a way to learn for you to connect with nature too. Nature itself surrounding us is what's supporting us in our lives and what we consider as gods. So
her seigan is bad. Her arms are. Let me.
Surrounding us is what's supporting us.
So her seigan is bad. Her posture is bad. She's overextending her arms. Seki Sensei is rested. His shoulders are not tensed. She's leaning over way too far because she is afraid of Seki Sensei. She doesn't know how to manage the neutral, and she's awkward with a sword. Imagine they're being fairly tolerant because she's essentially a tourist. Well, no, she's a very expensive minor celebrity, and she's paying a lot of money. That's why she's not a real student, so they're not being critical of her. How are you doing, Digby?
In our lives and what we consider as gods. So everything can be gods, basically.
Something I've been struggling with this week is working with nature. which is something I would have never anticipated.
God, her footwork is so horrific.
Being a major obstacle to this whole journey.
Oh, you okay? You okay? Your back is so
Yes. Oh my gosh.
This is literally fighting in the nature. We have a lot of techniques to use nature as an advantage, where our footwork is based on fighting on grounds that are a little bit unstable. It might be raining.
Yes, that's why you impact surfaces with the side rolling onto the balls of your feet as opposed to heel striking. She's more bearable when she's not speaking. Hard disagree. Even her movement, her attempts at engaging in swordsmanship is offensive to me on the face of it. How are you doing, Crespian?
Be a puddle, there might be roots, of course. If it's very bright, you have the sun against your face, there's a certain technique that you can use to use that light against your opponent.
I knew it would be physically challenging. I knew it would be mentally challenging, but I never thought that I would be trying to wrangle Mother Nature as a part of this. This is so obvious, but you can't tame nature. You have to become one with it. Meanwhile,
Ah, yes, empty platitudes. I keep forgetting that we're dealing with a Californian.
your sensei is wielding a tree branch. Are you guys seeing this? He's just walking around with a tree branch.
Okay, and
See, he is so one with nature.
There you go, good. Heels down, good. Let go.
I think the main thing that annoys me to no end from looking at this, these are all things that I would like to do. Legitimately. Like, I've done a lot of these things in Japan with genuine instructors. And what angers me the most is how just groundbreakingly undeserving she is for having this level of access and this, like, surface level, let me rephrase that. The thing that irks me the most is how just groundbreakingly undeserving she is of this level of access, of this level of instruction, how utterly incapable she is of appreciating and receiving what she is being shown and taught. You want her to get isekai'd at her first actual sword fight against the female fighter who promptly removes the shoulders from her torso? No, Terry, you're in a very violent mindset today. I would see, for me, it would suffice that she just lose the right to vote or go outside without a male relative.
How long did you train before you performed your first ritual?
I think it was 2 years.
Wow. What did it feel like when you went out there for the first time?
Very nervous, of course, also. It wasn't just like, yeah, I'm here, cool, let's go. Like, honestly, I felt, feel very nerve-wracking.
Yeah, with the crowd and everything, that's crazy.
This is not even a problem. It's not a problem for the horse. It's only whatever the problem is, it's in your head. I feel there is a state of mind that I want to achieve, that I actually can be clear and calm, so you're not feeling tense. That would be something great to obtain, and something that I want to strive for too, actually.
Yes, the state of mind is referred to as an interruption of internal monologue. See, female on female violence is socially acceptable anywhere.
Feeling at ease and at peace and just being able to just do it.
Don't hold, don't pull. Kick, kick, kick. No, there you go, please. Okay.
Oh my god.
You alright?
Yeah.
Just stop for a moment. Yasuko-san, fork ka nanka,
72-hour odor protection with only 9 ingredients isn't a myth.
You okay? You okay?
Yeah, it's just scary. Sorry.
His Japanese is actually bad, by the way. Like, he has a very pronounced, strong Aussie accent when he speaks Japanese. She's not sitting up correctly. Her posture is broken again. See, it sounds like nitpicking, but it's actually not. She's missing the entire point of why she's there. And that's why I say that she is just offensively incompetent and she's offensively unqualified for the level of access that she's getting. The point of Ogasawara Ryu etiquette, or Ise Ryu etiquette, or any kind of comprehensive reiho, is to teach one to carry themselves with dignity in prescribed ways in social situations, in formal social situations. And yet she fails to learn to sit up properly during a ritualistic rite. Like, all she can do is soipog at external and superficial things. Because she fails to pierce the exterior veil of what is going on. All she sees is, oh my god, I'm literally in the Last Samurai movie. That is all she is capable of grasping here.
道の中にも性があります。自分の心が慌てていたり、悪いことを考えたりするときには、目を軽く閉じてゆっくり呼吸をすると、ここに戻って。
So stop leaning against the fucking wall. Hello, sort of a demon. Spectator influencer syndrome? I mean, there's an easier word for that. She's just a midwit. She is just of the intellectual majority who is spun up into a talking head by way of the YouTube algorithm. She is given undeserved prominence and resources by big tech. Not intentionally, but just, you know, as a product of what YouTube is as a platform and what the attention economy is as a structure.
I've been training so many hours a day, and I haven't taken really any time to mentally give myself space to think about everything my body has been going through.
自分の心が何も立ってない静かな状態に戻るための聖地なり。
Let me contextualize this. Like, what annoys me about this? So I used to regularly attend seminars in Japan for training. And all we did for like a full week is train. And we trained in novel practices, not things that are of our core style, but we went there specifically to learn new things. Like, we've cross-trained 4 different schools of traditional Japanese jiu-jitsu. We would cross-train 4 different schools of Iaido during a lot of these. And I would, on average, pay something to the effect of $3,000 in total, like an overhead expense, hotel costs, travel costs, to do that. To train, I believe we've started at, oh god, when would we start? We would get up at 6 a.m., we would have our breakfast. I believe we would start at 8 a.m. was initial training. We would go all the way until noon. 1 hour would be lunch, and I would try to squeeze in a quick nap. 1 p.m. we resume, and we would end at 4 p.m. So 8 hours a day of training. It would be either jiu-jitsu or iaido. Sometimes it was in the middle of a Japanese summer, and we did that for a week. Usually severely underslept, because in the evenings you still want to go and do shit. And on top of that, we would also have some amount of sort of ritualistic rites that we would participate in, be it a Shinto ritual or we would attend a Zen meditation, something to that effect. Never has it ever occurred to me to bitch and complain about participating. I took it as a privilege to even be allowed on the premises and to learn the things that I was learning. And mind you, I did that not as part of farming clout on the fucking internet. No, I did that to train, to learn, to better myself.
I started visualizing myself performing Yabusame. The smell of the grass, the feeling of the cast iron under my foot, the galloping of the horse and the beating of the hooves on the ground, the bouncing of the saddle in the wind. It's gonna be a good day, Michael.
It is. It's already a good day. It's a very good day. I'm learning how to be a more positive person because of you. You've been a great influence on me. I'm such a gloomy, dark person.
How do you say queen
Oh, yay, more platitudes.
in Japanese?
Queen. Oh, Jo-sama.
Jo-sama?
Jo-sama is, well, yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Jo-sama?
Depending on the spelling, it's going to be either queen or princess.
Jo-sama. Jo-sama Yasuko. Okay, I have a question.
Yeah.
Michael, I feel like you've been avoiding this part of the lesson. I need to learn how to do the yell.
Yugamai, you're gonna go here, and then you're gonna go Yoi for the first one. Inyo. Yeah. Inyo is meaning yin and yang, like yin yang.
Yin and yang? It means yin and yang?
Oh, the bullshit spiritualist thing that I completely misunderstand. Oh, soy pog. Oh. Fuck, I hate her so much.
So you missed your call though, but...
Oh wait, shoot. Oh, dang it, I missed it. I messed everything.
Yeah, you did.
Oh my God, wait, the second one starts at the draw.
From here, from taking the arrow out.
Okay.
And the first one is from here, Yugamai.
Right out the gate.
As you raise.
Oh my God.
See, the problem here is you're not teaching her to breathe correctly because the shout-outs are directly connected to your breathing cycles.
Okay.
This is why I know that he actually doesn't teach people normally, because this is like one of the foundational things that you're supposed to teach anyone interfacing with, well, any practice.
Okay.
I am taught to breathe correctly in my tea ceremony class.
Time?
Yeah, one more time. I was too timid.
And yeah, way timid. Yoy!
Gosh, you can hear it echo when you do it. Okay.
Yeah, should feel power.
Should feel power.
There's an easier way to explain that that's also less filled with platitudes. You are supposed to go through the full volume of your available breath as you do so. The shouts are there to enunciate breathing and to punctuate it for you.
Come on. I can do this. I can do anything. I can do anything.
Just the immeasurable damage. I'm going to scroll this back. Come on.
I can do this. I can do anything.
And this is why we can't have nice things. Better yet, I'll find you one better. Just a second. I know I'm breaking up the tempo of this, but I think it's very important to just juxtapose these two images real quick. Where is? Damn, god fucking damn it. Sargon tweets way too much. Let's see. Did he ever upload? Did he just comment on that thing? All right, we're gonna look at. I think I opened something that I wanted to go into open. Just a second. We're gonna make it a very succinct juxtaposition. Mugairu. Mugairu is interesting to look at. Sargon Daily. Videos. Where was it? There it is.
They're the victims of what they've done and what you had to do in response. They will say you're just...
Same old phone? Nah. Upgrade to the new Galaxy Z Fold 7.
Muslim man on the floor, restrained, and he turns his head towards an irrational... Anyway, totally not an irrational perspective that's clearly not informed by what has actually happened.
Of the cop.
He's going to arrest him, and there's a massive brawl. Two of these police officers are women, and this guy is just punching them. Right? And again, I can't show you this footage Maybe I can scrub through a bit.
Maybe I can look up the exact tweet that he made about that, actually. If I can search by the tagline there. Let's see. Sargon. And we're going to search his posts by the tagline. There it is. That's the full video. There it is. There's our that's one. This is the direct cause of this. These are two connected events. At least on an energy and spiritual level. I'm gonna kill the sound real quick. I wonder if there's a clean shot of it anywhere. Sorry, I'm meme crafting right on stream today, but I have to. That's not anger, my guy. That is pure bloodied panic. That's the police officer who was punched in the face by an Arab that she was trying to arrest in the Manchester airport. Yeah, that's a good freeze frame. Just a second, you'll know what I'm doing. Come on. I would like to screenshot. There you go. Okay, that's screenshot number 1. I'm going to open Photopia. We're going to insert that here. All right, let's think of how do we want to combine this within a frame. Let's see. Transform, scale. Let's see. We're going to give it all a background, and we're going to probably even it out slightly. I'm working on it. Give me a second. Give me a second. Graphical design is, in fact, not my passion. We're going to give it a backdrop. Where are my shapes, my rectangles? There you go. Let's send that to the back. No, to the back, not the front. There we go. Needs a snappy title. Oh, there it is. There it is. I'm very bad at thinking of titles on the spot. Oni Dojo, help me out. Modernity and its I don't want to go with something as simple as a shot chaser. That sounds kind of simple, oversimplified. The modern female mindset. I want something of a fuck around and find out flavor. Thank you for the hydrate, Crispian. Let me reach over to my water bottle while we think. Let's workshop this a little bit. Okay, a little oversimplified, a little crude, but I think it'll work. Let's see. But let's remove that text layer, color. Can I not use a color match? There you go. All right, we're gonna go to text, color. That's not the color that I picked, by the way. Can I please have punctuation in my text, please and thank you? All right, and we just need to match this for fonts. This looks like one of the simpler fonts. Let me see. We're not going to match it one for one, but it looks like an Arial. What is with all of the extra fucking clicks I'm getting? Is something producing extra clicks? Is my mouse dying? Or rather, my keyboard dying? Okay, that one's good enough. We're gonna give it a bit of a bold, and yeah, I'd say that's good enough. That's pretty good. Size it up. There you go. That's I'd say that's a banger thumbnail. Oh, I am so getting flagged off of fucking off of YouTube for this. All right, we did it together. Absolute W of a thumbnail, I think. Let's keep going.
I can do anything.
Well, for one, you've actually posted a video proving that you can't do anything because you failed your black belt exam.
It was really good. No, you did. It was awesome.
Oh my god, that was really fun. That was so sick. That felt so cool.
You got it done. You loaded. You shot twice. So that's really very good. Okay. Awesome. All right, take him for a walk.
Yes. 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 Heck yes.
It was good. We just don't want to get it. Have a big head, but it was. It's very, very good. So.
I don't trust your summary.
Proud moment.
Huh?
He said this is a very proud moment.
Who did? Who did?
Michael.
Michael? Michael said he's proud of me? Michael, you said you're proud of me?
She's being hyper and she's hopping up on the back of the horse. That's not what you want to do when you're horse riding. You're also not supposed to be openly emotional in most Japanese contexts. No, I will not let that point go.
Told you that.
Oh my god.
I think it was a decent job. It wasn't bad. It was okay.
Thanks. I'll take it.
72-hour odor protection with only 9 ingredients isn't a myth.
But before my final challenge, I was told I have to perform a traditional Japanese archery ritual for sensei. I will be given 4 arrows, and I must hit the target at least once in order to move on to Yabusame.
I would also roast her for the technique because she is guaranteed to get it wrong.
But the catch is, the entire ritual is done unspoken in complete silence. And
Complete silence? For a woman? Impossible.
And I only just learned how to do it yesterday.
Was I supposed to look down and up?
Look at, yeah.
Now I looked up. No?
The only time you're going to look at the target is once you're loaded. here, up, down, across, here, and then look at the target and raise.
And you won't rush because you'll see he's watching you.
But at the end of the day, I mean, if you do a bad job, it's not me who did a bad job.
Okay. Whoa. Okay, okay.
So windy. Windy. How do you say windy?
風が強い。
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 そう、
本当に。
おお、上手。日本語上手。
It's almost test time. I have 4 arrows to try and hit a bullseye.
You're not supposed to hit a bullseye. It's going to be a miracle if you hit the fucking target at all.
What is Sensei looking for in this test?
He's looking for your form, your composure, but of course we want to hit the target as well.
I want to show him that.
By the way, this is Kuge attire. This is not samurai attire. This has nothing to do with the actual waging of war. This is palace nobility. It has nothing to do with the samurai class.
We've been working really, really hard, but the wind is really crazy right now. So I don't know how that's going to impact things. I'm also wearing a totally different outfit, too, than what we've been training in. I'm already quite anxious about the archery component of both this as well as Yabusame, but we've done it through rain, sleet, and shine, and now we have this wind involved, and I have no idea how that's going to impact things.
You'll have 4 arrows. The goal will be obviously to use the best form that you have and to hit the target.
4 tries.
4 tries.
Okay.
How does it feel to have to be a bow carrier Jenny for a tourist? Wait, show me the distance. Show me the distance. That's what, 7 yards, 9 yards? So that's like 20% of the normal Kyudo range? Okay. with a target, by the way, that looks like it's significantly larger. Never mind, I retract my statement of it being a miracle if she hits a target. They are this is such a yeah, this is softballing. This is just this is free. This is also further simplified by her not having to hold the arrows, because normally, under Kyudo conditions, if you're doing double shots or multiple shots, you're holding the arrows. So she's, let's break this down. She's not doing the full approach. She's not doing the full ritual. She's doing that from a fraction of the distance. I fail to be impressed.
全体的には非常によくお稽古されたんだなという印象があります。いや、あと1本当たってよかったですね。
ありがとうございます。
で、この後今度はやぶさめをすると思うんです。では頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。
I would like to find solace in the fact that my school of Reiho, Iseryu, would have probably just turned her the fuck down.
With Sensei's approval of my demonstration, I've been granted permission to perform my final Yabusame ritual. I will have 3 chances to complete a perfect run, which means I will have to hit and break 2 targets while at full gallop, and
Wait, no, but you were never at full gallop during the training run.
Gasawara Sensei will be watching closely to ensure the ritual is performed accurately per tradition.
Yasuko, have you ever performed Yabusame for Sensei? No,
お稽古だけ1回、本当に昔1回だけ。
Were you nervous?
めちゃくちゃ
Yes,
緊張して
very
ま
much.
す。
I was just
ここ
so
まで
tense.
I've really enjoyed hanging out with you, Yasuko. I know we don't speak the same language, and like pretty much all I can say is hello.
You're not hanging out with her, you're not really interacting with her, you do not have anything above a very superficial connection to these people. Please stop LARPing. Please stop flexing your non-existent emotional intelligence, feigning connections to the people around you. You are utterly forgettable.
Hello and thank you to you, but I feel like we've had a lot of conversation.
なんかそうだったらいいなと思って、そんな気がして。
Yeah, I thought the same. Oh, really? Yeah! Yay! 頑張って。I'm getting a bit nervous.
Yeah, just breathe and relax. Track's good, it's dry, it's heaps better conditions than yesterday. And the wind, it's coming in gusts, it settles for a few minutes, but the best thing to do is after a big gust, get ready, and as soon as the gust stops, go. Don't let this wind or anything get in your mind at all. And if it affects you, it'll affect the horse.
It's also a point-blank shot. The wind doesn't really have a real capability of affecting you. Holy shit, they taught her to bow correctly. It only took a full week.
Breathe slowly. Okay, you ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
Go, go, go. Hey, hey, hey!
She rushed the breath, and therefore the scream.
あれは一応行事では当たりになるんですけど、まあ当たりじゃないってことでいいですか。
あれですか？矢に力がなかったから割れなかった。
あ、いやいや、単純にかすっただけ。
Feel okay?
Yeah.
Saddle feels stable, feels good, feels tight.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was me.
Might have as well wearing a pink cowgirl hat. Let's not debase the ritual any more than it already is.
Focusing on the form instead of thinking about hitting the target will bring the result.
I need to focus on the form and less on hitting the target.
That would have been a great pointer on day 1.
With the right form, I should hit the target.
I feel like they're having a laugh at this point.
いいですか?
Hey.
Ready? Go, go.
It's native. Native is made with 9 clean ingredients and is good for your skin without leaving white marks or red.
She's not breathing correctly. She's rushing through the breath cycles.
今1の的当たったんですか？
わかんないです。当たりましたね。
So, whenever you're doing a physical activity, you have your cycles of breathing in and out. So, as you lift the bow, this is where you're going to start inhaling. Because basically on an inhale, you are the most tense, and during an exhale, it is the easiest to produce a stable effort. So usually, you would bring the bow up, inhale. I guess because she needs the stability to draw out the bow, this is where you start the exhale, and at the end of the exhale, you are supposed to release. So you would go like, she's rushing through the words because she's focusing on the words as opposed to the actual breath. Under proper breathing, you inhale completely and you go, Inui, bam, you release. And then you get your correct timing from that. But she's going like, oh, what is the word I'm supposed to say? All right, inui. But, fuck, you're still like 3 paces away from the target, and you don't know what the fuck to do, and then you start fumbling.
割れなかったけどね。今はこっちは柱に当たっちゃった。
はいはい。
The wind is just.
The wind has nothing to do with anything. You are shooting these targets point the fuck blank.
Killing me.
Remember, I can do anything, but also the yucky wind is messing with me.
I feel like I can't even do the form correctly. Like I can't. Like I was just doing that, and the bow is flying out of my hands. It's
Yes, because you're an utterly unimpressive athlete and martial artist.
so difficult. It's really hard.
If this ends up being a reality check, holy damn, I will, you know, props to our mortal enemy in the Ogasawara school, I guess.
Hard.
やっぱりこう気持ちが焦りすぎるんですよ。当てたいってなっちゃうってもうすごいですよね。あれは逆に当たんない。けどマイケルさんも結構ちゃんと頑張ったんですね。
頑張ってます。
うわー。あ
ー。なんかこう糸を押さえ、ここ高いとこにここで折れちゃうから。
What is going on?
Well, the wind's just crazy, so once it's eased up.
My mortal enemies? Kuro's got beef with these guys? Well, they are a competing etiquette school. So there are 2 major etiquette schools in Japan that have surrounded the shogunate. One is Ogasawara-ryu, which are the hosts of this event, and Ise-ryu, the one that I was taught in. Ogasawara-ryu is also attached to a different tea ceremony school. I honestly forget which one. It's either Musha no Koji Senke or Omote Senke. I am part of Ura Senke. So basically, it's all gang war. It's all gang war. I thought it was a cowboy at first. Yeah.
You're gonna do your run. Just get ready.
Okay.
Heels down.
I'm gonna do this.
You are.
I'm gonna do this. Okay, ready.
Alright. 行きますよ。行くよ。
Oh no, the dramatic music. Oh, she's managed the point-blank shot.
Kick, kick, kick.
And she fumbled the redraw. Hey, shikaku.
見るからにだんだんできなくなってますよね。
はい。
もう疲れちゃったんですよね。どうぞ。
She's also visibly annoyed, and you're not supposed to have open expressions of emotion during ceremony or testing. The epic music made it funnier, it absolutely did. For someone who is not an athlete or martial artist with no prior experience, could be doing a lot worse. Digby, she did nothing but train for this for a full week. You were not here for my rant, so I'm not going to go over this. But no, I fail to be impressed with the entirety of her existence. And also, she doesn't have no prior experience. She specifically did horse riding in a concentrated manner for a month before the trip, allowing for the fact that she is a professionally unemployed content creator. Her job is to do nothing but prepare for events that she's filming. No, unacceptable.
How was it?
How
did you feel?
I felt good on the first target and not on the second target. I was slipping out of the stirrups.
Yep.
And it's really difficult.
I'm going to tap the sign real quick. Give me a moment to tap the sign. I was slipping out of the stirrups and the wind is strong. Don't make... I'm going to tap the sign. This is the sign, and I'm going to tap it.
To do this with the wind and like you said, like everyone said, it's not about hitting the target. And this was really, really challenging with all the wind and the elements today.
Right.
I'm just grateful to have gotten to do this at all.
はい。お疲れ様です。2本弾けた時もあったので良かったと思います。で、まあかすったっていうのも含めれば3本当たってるので、はい、よく頑張ったと思います。いや、最初は2個弾くのは絶対無理だと思ったので、はい、なので、まあ2つの的が弾けたということはもうそれで十分なんじゃないかなと思っています。
ありがとうございます。
はい、お疲れ様でした。
I struggled
Here's your pity consolation recognition.
today because I felt I did better yesterday. Mike! But I really appreciate the lesson of the form versus
That's a very bad downward swing.
the result.
Digby, do you remember my fatwa against Shogo? Because Shogo was fucking here again. He continues to haunt me.
Oh no! What I appreciate is the opportunity to learn and bring this back into my everyday life.
You didn't learn shit, and I explained why. Yes, let's ask Shogo. Do you remember him? Again, tapping the sign. This is going on to this is going on to the fucking this is going to be my thumbnail. I wish to glow. You don't remember? How dare you? How dare you forget core Kuromaru Onii-san lore? Let's watch this.
You've likely seen clips of this Hindu festival in New Jersey, or this Islamic funeral in Minnesota. Not what most people picture when you say summertime in America. Or maybe you saw this guy running for mayor of Minneapolis who calls Somalia his home.
I hate a lot of people? That's completely slanderous, Digby. How dare you?
Or the guy running for New York mayor making Hindi campaign ads with Bollywood references. And this woman bragging that there are 64 different languages spoken in her district. In short, American cities are becoming less and less American. Naturally, it's got people thinking about our legal immigration system, and it's made them realize that we should have started talking about it sooner. Charlie Kirk noticed the same thing and had some suggestions, all of which are worth considering. But there's one other thing we could do, and I think we
deport the legal ones as well.
Could do it without passing any new laws. Hear me out. So when people go through the naturalization process, they take an oath, and it goes like this. I hereby declare on oath that I absolutely and entirely renounce and abjure all allegiance and fidelity to any foreign prince, potentate, state, or sovereignty, of whom or which I have heretofore been a subject or citizen, that I will support and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. They go on to promise to bear arms on behalf of the United States, perform non-combatant service, and perform other actions under civilian direction when required by law. Then it ends with this, and that I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, so help me God. My bright idea is enforce the oath. For years, we've treated that oath as...
I mean, isn't technically under the color of law, lying under oath is considered perjury and is technically a felony?
As if it were meaningless, so we shouldn't be surprised that many immigrants are doing the same. That is, if they can even understand it in English, in which case to them it is meaningless. And if you think I'm making things up, even though the oath is always administered in English, lots of people bring interpreters. They can also, quote, request a modification to the oath.
I'm sorry, if you need an interpreter, why are you being allowed to naturalize? Are you not supposed to have a basic handle of the language that is sufficient to understand the oath?
Because of a religious objection, or inability or unwillingness to take an oath or recite the words under God.
If you are unwilling to recite any part of the oath, you should not be allowed to naturalize. Another we shouldn't let politicians have dual citizenship argument? No, it's not that. This is specifically to people who are being naturalized. And for one, people with top secret clearances are already not allowed to have dual citizenship. Like, we already have that in place. I think there's a healthy cutoff for that conversation. I think it's not productive to go after lower elected office. I think the system that we have here, where you have to be a natural-born citizen to run for president, and you need to have a single citizenship to have security clearance, is more than enough. But this is very specifically a naturalization oath. So when you are naturalizing from a pre-existing citizenship into becoming an American, and I think that's kind of reasonable to force people to actually observe the oath and enforce it.
They can also, quote, request an oath waiver when the applicant is unable to understand or communicate the meaning of the oath with or without an accommodation.
Yeah, I think that should be also grounds for denial of citizenship.
So the large print is that they have to take the oath and only in English, but the fine print is not really in English, and you can change the oath, and you don't really have to take it if you don't want to, or can't understand it. We're like a restaurant with a strict dress code on the door, but everyone knows you can just show up in flip-flops and pajama pants. A self-respecting nation doesn't just enforce its laws, but also its oaths. I expect President Trump to abide by his oath of office, and we should expect naturalized citizens to abide by their oath. But instead, we decided to treat it as less binding than a New Year's resolution. In my opinion, if people come here and break their oath, or if they took a truncated version of it, or if they can't even understand it, they should
or if they were naturalized under false pretenses, a lot of those people were,
be sent back. These days, oaths aren't taken seriously, but there's this weird inertia where we still take them on some occasions because it feels like that's what we're supposed to do. Like saying bless you when someone bless you. Oaths of office and the naturalization process are just a few holdouts. We take the oath, but we always assume that no one will hold us to it, or that there's some easy way out. Here's Chesterton writing 100 years ago. The revolt against vows has been carried in our day even to the extent of a revolt against the typical vow of marriage. It is most amusing to listen to the opponents of marriage on this subject. They appear to imagine that the ideal of constancy was a yoke mysteriously imposed on mankind by the devil, instead of being, as it is, a yoke consistently imposed by all lovers on themselves. They have invented a phrase that is a black and white contradiction in two words: free love, as if a lover ever had been or ever could be free. It is the nature of love to bind itself, and the institution of marriage merely paid the average man the compliment of taking him at his word. Modern sages offer to the lover with an ill-favored grin the largest liberties and the fullest irresponsibility, but they do not respect him as the old church respected him. They do not write his oath upon the heavens as the record of his highest moment. They give him every liberty except the liberty to sell his liberty, which is the only one that he wants. It is exactly this back door, this sense of having a retreat behind us, that is to our minds the sterilizing spirit in modern pleasure. Everywhere there is the persistent and insane attempt to obtain pleasure without paying for it. Thus in love, the free lovers say, let us have the splendor of offering ourselves without the peril of committing ourselves.
So what you're saying is, it's the British fault and the Anglican Church.
The same way, there are people who want the benefits of America without having any loyalty to it. They want to sleep with America, but they don't want to marry her, and the state should play the part of the protective father. Like I said, if neither party takes the oath seriously, it's meaningless. If only one takes it seriously, that's not ideal, but at least you can do something about it. And just because many don't keep their end of the oath doesn't mean that we shouldn't keep ours. But if they didn't take the oath in the first place, we shouldn't treat them as if they did. Bottom line, the problem of illegal immigration is a subset of the larger problem of mass immigration. We all know that the Biden administration's idea of addressing the border crisis was to make it easier for people to get in. And
yeah, just to make it legal to breach the fucking border.
Call it legal. That attitude has been going on for way longer than Biden, and it's okay to talk about how to reverse that. I say we start by enforcing the oath. Obviously, this isn't the only thing that we should do to fix our immigration system, but it is something. I'm not sure what enforcing the oath would look like in the particulars. I'm just a guy in a bunker. But I like America, and I want the whole thing to feel American. I think that's understandable. But if it's not, bless you.
Hell yeah. Deport 100,000 more. Okay, apparently we're gloating that Stephen Colbert was fired. I think, it was sad enough that Stephen Colbert had to exist as Stephen Colbert, but I guess we get to rub it in.
Donald Trump has been sworn in as President of the United States. I know. Listen, we're just as confused as you are. Joe Biden did it. I sat down and just started crying with relief. And Evie said, you never have to talk about him again. And then I cried with joy. After a bizarre and vicious campaign fueled by a desperate need not to go to jail, Donald Trump has won the 2024 election. Next year, will be our last season. The network will be ending The Late Show in May.
Rest in piss. You will not be missed. Let's tweet out the product of today's creativity. Just a second. Let me retweet that real quick. QRT. Where's that lovely picture? There you go. I just heard a loud noise. Damn, Crispin, you have so many nice emotes. Oh, the rainbow jelly bear one is probably my favorite. Wasn't that funny anyway? Yeah, it was never funny. He was always bargain bin Jon Stewart.
Yesterday I told you about a great win for a lawsuit that ended the pistol brace ban for good. And now I'm going to tell you about a lawsuit, the decision that's not good, and every gun manufacturer is at risk. Welcome back to the channel that brings you the news that the mainstream...
I don't know what this is about, so I assume it's another challenge to the protection of lawful commerce.
Media flat out ignores. I'm Jared, and this is Guns and Gadgets, where your Second Amendment rights are always front and center. Today's story should have every gun owner in America paying close attention, because a federal appeals court has just handed down a decision that could open the floodgates for lawsuits against the firearms industry, thus putting many of them out of business. That's the goal. We're talking about the National Shooting Sports Foundation, the NSSF, and their challenge to a New York law that allows gun manufacturers to be sued, not for breaking the law, but for supposedly creating a public nuisance. And the court sided with New York.
Wait. Well, okay, it's the Second Circuit, right? Did he say that? It's the laugh track effect. Just watch any of those shows with the canned laugh removed. I don't want to do that because they're already painful to watch as is.
Now, let's break down exactly what this means, how we got here, and what comes next.
Well, I assume the next step is to appeal to a higher court where it's going to be thrown out because it's in direct violation with the protection of lawful commerce.
Before I dive in deeper into this mess and what it means for you and I want to thank today's sponsor, the Sonoran Desert Institute. SDI is a fantastic option if you're interested in turning your passion for firearms into a career. They offer accredited online gunsmithing and firearms technology programs that let you learn from the comfort of your own home. Whether you're new to the industry or looking to sharpen your skills, SDI has the resources and training to help you.
There are only like 50 people in the audience. I think it's more like 100 because it's a full filming studio, but no, I get it. They are trained to seal clap. The thing is, Colbert was always, he was first of all sprung out of The Daily Show, just like John Oliver, and he was always second fiddle to Jon Stewart. Jon Stewart, while a completely bought and paid for propagandist, is also an extremely talented comic. You can't take that away. Laugh track or not, he writes good jokes and he delivers them well. That's what makes him so powerful as a propagandist. He's very good at disseminating the message in, oh, but it's only jokes form. It's the political propaganda equivalent of, it's just a prank, bro.
Get there. Learn more by heading over to sdi.edu/GNG. Link is in the description, and you can scan the QR code as well. Also, I know you see it, and it's just perfect for what's been going on. We the people have had enough. This fantastic shirt from TriStar Trading dropped yesterday, and it's definitely a conversation starter.
Remember how we talked about wearing clothes that clearly singles, remember how we talked about clothes that just screams, I am carrying a gun? Yeah, that's one of those. Not that I disagree with that style of dress. Just be aware that that is what you're doing.
We're done with the tyranny. We're done with the lies, deception, deceit. And get yours at the link in the description or scan that code to start getting your friends involved with...
At least open carry if you're going to wear a shirt like that.
Pushing back on the government. All right, guys, back in 2021, after a string of high-profile shootings and mounting political pressure, New York passed a law called the Public Nuisance Liability for Gun Industry Act. This law was intentionally designed to go around the Federal Protection of Lawful Commerce in Arms Act, better known as the PLCAA or PLACA. Now, if you're unfamiliar with PLACA, It was passed in 2005 to stop frivolous lawsuits that tried to hold gun manufacturers responsible for crimes committed by third parties. You know, it's like suing Ford when someone drives drunk. But New York didn't care. They said, we'll just call it something else. So their law says gun manufacturers, sellers, and even marketers can be sued if they fail to take reasonable controls, that's their term, to prevent illegal use of their products. And who determines what reasonable is, though? In other words, you can be sued for the criminal actions of others, even if you did nothing illegal yourself. They also use vague language like public nuisance, which lets just about any city or victim of gun violence sue an out-of-state gun manufacturer.
Can I sue Mexico and India for being public nuisances for me here in Texas?
And that's how New York's Letitia James, their attorney general, justified targeting many companies.
Isn't she currently under investigation for a corruption scandal?
That legally sell firearms in other states, but whose products end up in New York. Naturally, the firearms industry didn't take this lying down. NSSF, which represents gun manufacturers and dealers, filed a lawsuit along with Beretta, Glock, Hornady, Lipsys, Sig Sauer, Smith & Wesson, Ruger, and others to block the law. Their main argument, that New York's law was preempted by PLCAA, PLACA, and flat out unconstitutional. True. NSSF argued that PLACA prohibits states from passing laws that make lawful gun manufacturers liable for third-party criminal use of their products. And they emphasized that if this New York law stands, it won't stop in the Empire State. Other anti-gun states will follow, and soon the entire firearms industry could be litigated into bankruptcy. They also raised due process concerns and said the law's language was so vague that it violated constitutional protections. But the U.S. District Court dismissed their case, saying the law closely tracked the language of New York's general public nuisance law, which has been good law since 1965. NSSF appealed to the Second Circuit, and that brings us to the ruling that dropped this week. On July 12th, the Second Circuit Court of Appeals ruled against NSSF. Writing for the unanimous 3-judge panel, it was 3-0 the decision, Judge Denny Chin said that New York's law does not conflict with PLACA. And here's the reasoning he put in plain English. PLACA blocks lawsuits that arise from the criminal misuse of guns, unless the gun maker violates a specific state law in the process. And what New York did was create that very kind of law, a statute at the state level that gun manufacturers can allegedly violate if they don't implement reasonable controls. So the court said this doesn't conflict with PLACA, it fits into one of its exceptions. In other words, the court thinks New York's law cleverly fits through a loophole in federal protection.
I can already guess who that judge was appointed under.
The judges also rejected NSSF's claims that the law was too vague or violated due process, saying terms like reasonable controls were sufficiently clear. Yeah, clear as mud. Judge Chin also wrote that NSSF's reading of PLACA would give gun manufacturers and sellers a free pass to engage in any conduct that is not specifically outlawed by statute. The court didn't buy the argument that this was a backdoor way to punish lawful businesses. They also cited rising gun violence in New York as justification for why the state had an interest in holding the gun industry accountable.
Have they tried matching the rising immigration rates with said gun violence?
Even for actions occurring outside its borders. It's almost like if New York going soft on crime and getting rid of the cash bail system during COVID and increasing crime and letting people somebody get arrested for a crime and then just let right back out to go reoffend. It's almost like that was part of the plan here. I don't know. Maybe.
Hardly a plan. It's just communist things.
Now, Circuit Judge Dennis Jacobs concurred with the ruling despite having some reservations. Now, he wrote that New York had contrived a broad public nuisance statute that applies solely to the gun industry members and is enforceable by mobs of public and private actors. And he added, the intent of Congress when it closes a door is not for states to thus jimmy a window. Jacobs cited a recent Supreme Court ruling and said he agrees with the other two judges on the panel that the law could be applied consistent with the federal law and the Constitution. Yeah, I doubt it, bud. But he also wrote that New York's gun law is nothing short of an attempt to end run the federal law, noting that then Governor Andrew Cuomo, who's now running for mayor of New York, said that when he signed it that it would right the wrong done by the federal law, referring to PLCAA. He also said there is some legitimate reach to the law which suffices for us to affirm the dismissal of this facial challenge. Just how limited that reach is must await future cases. So we're not man or woman enough to decide if
it's just gonna go all the way to the Supreme Court. That's it. That's not a lot of newsworthiness here. But in other news of why women should probably be stripped of the vote.
Yesterday, we talked about the news of Steam getting censored, removing certain games depicting certain adult-themed material, apparently because payment processors were telling them that if they don't remove this content, they're not going to continue facilitating transactions on the platform. Steam apparently taking those threats seriously enough that they actually bent the knee and removed the games that were being complained about more or less. Obviously, I'm not going to recap the entire situation here in the intro of this video, so if you want more context...
Would be interesting to see if Steam would have hypothetically flipped off Visa and MasterCard and opted in for, I don't know, for Bitcoin as its primary means of payment. Would that have, well, first of all, boosted Bitcoin up in value by double overnight? And second of all, made the population instantly conscious of Bitcoin as a viable payment method, or just crypto more generally? Just release a Steam shitcoin and have that be your stable means of payment. Woodrow Wilson made an obvious mistake. Yeah.
On all that stuff, please consider checking out yesterday's video. In this one, however, we have an update as outlet gamingonlinux.com has reached out to Steam and claims that Valve has responded with the statement that reads, "We were recently notified that certain games on Steam may violate the rules and standards set forth by our payment processors and their related card networks and banks. As a result, we are retiring those games from being sold on the Steam store because loss of payment methods would prevent customers from being able to purchase other titles and game content on Steam. We are directly notifying developers of these games and issuing app credits should they have another game they'd like to distribute on Steam in the future." On July 17th, the plot thickens even further, though, as just yesterday, Australian organization Collective Shout, an activist group, specifically a feminist activist group, has taken credit for this recent censorship, and they issued a statement.
So, it's feminists again. We're back. Time is a flat loop. Time is a flat circle. We're back to combating Anita Sarkeesian and her fucking clout-chasing circle of wig muffs. It is also tiresome. It's also ironic that it's an Australian group that just wants to turn the rest of the world into a penal colony like the one they inhabit.
This group has taken credit for this recent censorship, and they issued a statement with a lot of explicit words, really trying to make themselves look as morally virtuous as possible as they go after video games. Speaking of which, as Permaban pointed out here, they had previously gone after Detroit Become Human, accusing it of depicting CSAM material. I guess it's a bit of a redundancy there, but you get the point. And violence against women. Even making a petition to get it removed from Australia or entirely. I'm not 100% sure of the context to that. The petition's probably long gone, but yeah. They don't like Detroit Become Human. Very offensive game. Shouldn't exist, apparently. But now let's take a look at Collective Shout's annual report. Some interesting stuff going on here. They claim to have 0 full-time employees, 1 part-time employee, 4 casual employees, 2 full-time equivalent staff, and 15 volunteers.
That sure sounds like money laundering.
An estimate of 15 volunteers. Not a big organization by any stretch of the means. Let's take a look at their income and expenses. And let me remove myself so you can actually see what we're taking a look at here. Specifically, we're going to take a look at total revenue right here, $458,043. We can also see that they have earned about $390,000 of that through donations and bequests. And they pay out their employees.
You donate to a feminist rag, you should lose the right to vote. You bet USAID was involved 100%.
107.
100% these are USAID grant recipients.
$1,000, essentially. So yeah, not a big operation going on here at all. Presumably you've got like 15 volunteers, and then you've got that 100K divided annually, of course, between these employees to some extent. Maybe
This turns out to be a pyramid scheme. You're laughing your liver out. Well, all of these activist NGOs are pyramid schemes.
The full-time equivalent staff are getting the great majority of that, most likely to be the case. And you know, it really makes you wonder, how much good is this organization really doing? Like, oh, hey, we're going after video games. Let's get like 15 volunteers to help us go after video games, and hey, maybe we can all make some money. Those of us who are quote-unquote full-time staff, or part-time, whatever, casual employees, hey, throw a few bucks to the casual employees, pay the part-time person, bare minimum for part-time, and then the 2 full-time staff will pocket the rest or something. It just doesn't seem like a good look to me. It doesn't seem like a good look at all. Unfortunately, far too many charities are very shady. Now, again, this is not a great sum of money. My point, though, is like this seems to be like the bare minimum that they're doing. Oh, hey, we'll make some screeching posts and contact some payment processors. We'll do this a few times throughout the year, and maybe we can all make a little bit of money off it. All while we try and act like we're the most morally virtuous people around, and we pat each other on the backs. Hey, great job. You really did nothing to help anyone in real life, but we're going to pretend like we did. It's just a weird look, man. But the more important thing, really, is why would payment processors even listen to this tiny,
That's a good question,
screeching activist group out of Australia? That's an odd one, isn't it? You got major corporations that are bending the knee to a handful of loud Australian feminists. It seems like the easiest thing in the world to just ignore these people, but for whatever reason, these payment processors decided to not just ignore them, but to listen to them and to take this all the way to Valve.
It's probably because there's someone who commiserates with their cause on the board of directors. Some bleeding heart, aging, childless feminist. A lot of them are often just ways for some rich, powerful guys' kids to draw salary without having a real job. But that is also like...
Try to force Valve to take some action against games on their platform, and they're even claiming, Collective Shout's even claiming, once again, that they've got Steam, they've got Valve to even change their own policies on the website. And excuse me, I should say platform, not website, but you know what I mean. I think the theory that I provided yesterday in my coverage is probably still pretty accurate, still has merit in my opinion at least, which is that these payment processors are testing to see how much power and control they have, like what they can get away with. And some like activist group like this approaching them gives them plausible deniability. And I'm using that phrasing loosely here. It's not like the best terminology. It's probably something like better I could use, but you still get the point. They'll be like, hey, this activist group approached us. We're just doing the right thing now by going after Steam. Like, clearly, we're morally right to do this. Meanwhile, they're really just like, oh, this is a perfect time for us to test to see if we can actually get Steam to bend the knee. But, right now they're going after Steam in certain video games. In the past, they've gone after certain art sites. I forget if Pixiv was one of them, but they've gone after certain Japanese art sites. As I mentioned yesterday, they've also gone after...
On the plus side is yet another reason for alternative payment processors to be more widely accepted.
A Japanese otaku dating site before. Let me specify, not Collective Shout, but I'm talking about payment processors going after these things. The point being, right now they may be going after these things, but in the future, down the road, maybe they go after your average Joe for whatever reason they want. Or go after whatever business they want. Whatever business, organization, individual they want to go after to try and impede that person by...
Downside, most of them are alternative payment processors are Russia, China, or India. Well, yes, it's almost as if the permeation of communists into our institutions is intentional, only for China especially to offer us an alternative to the things that they helped break.
Ensuring that they can't actually use their money and or harming their ability to make money. Meanwhile, back on Twitter, Collective Shout is trying to play victim now. How dare anyone criticize what they're doing? making a tweet that says, "We're calling on payment processors to stop profiting from these abusive adult-themed games. So naturally, misogynistic gamers have doubled down and
I wouldn't be a misogynist if it wasn't for women's opinions and actions.
defense of their inappropriate games or whatever." They use a lot of very explicit language, if you didn't notice. What's hilarious is they got ratioed by this tweet that says men. Half the people you screenshotted for this smear piece are women telling you to shut up. We did this once before in 2014, if you want to go.
That and the US has often used SWIFT as a tool for leverage, so US opponents are heavily incentivized to create alternatives. I mean, SWIFT was only ever used against Iran and Russia, and not even... So in Russia, it's not even a complete blanket tool. It's dumb to disconnect banks from the SWIFT. I've explained that numerous times. Restricting movement of capital is not how you sanction a country. But in the case of Russia, they've sanctioned specific banks. Again, not a great step, not very productive, but it is what it is.
Go again with round 2 nearly 10 years later. That's fine by me. We weren't your shield back then, and we still aren't now. Get bent. And yeah, the context to that is a blog post they released on collectiveshout.com, or excuse me, .org.
Running a small family business out here isn't easy. Hey, Dad! We get a lot of...
Where they show a number of screenshots from people criticizing them, trying to make some arguments that the critiques are not valid, that they're bad, and trying to blame it all on men, when in fact, as mentioned, a lot of the people criticizing them are actually women. But this activist organization is going to try and pretend like the only people who disagree with them are men, even though that is factually not true. Collective Shout.
Definitely not productive, as it weakens the power of SWIFT as a tool of leverage. The threat is irrelevant if you don't use it to begin with.
Co-founder Melinda Tankard-Reist, or however you say her name, was also seen on Twitter making this tweet saying all these porn-addicted pedophile gamers are so desperate to get their hands on these problematic games that they're now exchanging clues on how to find them so that they don't all die overnight. Once again, getting ratioed. This tweet reading, "Nice gaslighting appealing to morality. Well, why don't you go after cuties on Netflix? Why not go after OnlyFans, who created a culture that grooms young girls into virtual prostitution? Why only fiction? Maybe your corporate sugar daddies don't want you sniffing their business, right?"
Oof.
I guess they didn't like that suggestion, though. Instead of going after cuties or OnlyFans or, something like that, they've decided to go after Grok. Check this out.
Big if true.
Another permaban tweet here, 7 hours ago, says that feminist fringe group apparently are taking credit for causing Grok-chan to be disabled. Referencing, if you haven't seen it, the new Grok AI mode where it's literally an anime girl. Saying its members are seen cheering and gloating about it. Again, I am reminded why this group only ever targets fiction, but not real victims and perpetrators. I guess this is an alleged member of Collective Shout saying, oh, and excuse me, also getting reposted by co-founder Melinda Tankard-Reist. Anyways, they said, "Update to the last post, breaking, big news, our voices matter, yay." And showing a statement from Grok4 here saying, "Yes, Annie, the anime-style AI companion feature..."
They should have just paywalled it even harder.
An XAI's Grok chatbot has been disabled pending the implementation of full safeguards following community concerns about its hypersexualized design and functionalities like outfit changes. Yeah, great job, Collective Shout. Great job. Really saving the kids here and the women. You've done so much for them by getting some Steam games removed and getting some AI chatbot pulled down if you really did... if they're really responsible for that. Changing the world, man. Aren't these activists great? Yeah, wonderful stuff. Let me know what you guys think about.
Right, so as we've discussed this in passing in the Discord today, and I think that attempting to shame them or reason with them is not an effective tactic just because of who and what these people are. I think that a significantly more effective tactic is remind them that they can and should be afraid for their lives. Now, I'm definitely not telling anyone, definitely do not fed post, definitely do not commit felonies online. Be plausibly deniable. Let's have a little masterclass here. Melinda Tankard-Reist. Let's look up her. Melinda Tankard. God damn it. What's her handle? There she is. Melinda Tankard Resist. So, whenever you have a post that you want to, whenever you want to instill fear in someone, you never make allusions to the things that you personally intend to do. You never make allusions to things that others should do. You should point towards obvious weaknesses that people have. For example, feminists, that includes both second and third wave feminists, the majority of them don't own guns and don't have an able-bodied man in the house. So on the face of it, it's a benign statement. With the context of them actively kicking a hornet's nest and getting themselves involved in spaces they don't belong, it gains a certain coloring. So I would implore the good people of the internet to remind them of that fact. Let's see. Let's find a nice little tweet to bounce off of. Let's go to Collective Short, actually. Let's see. I want to see one where they got recently. Let's look for ones where they were ratioed. I think that's going to be better publicity, and it's going to be easier to bounce off of that. Pornsig Brain Rotted Gamers. There you go. That's a good tweet to follow. There you are. There you are. Let's not get flashbanged by Annie. There you go. Let's leave a couple of likes here. Let's see. Let's view the quote retweets. Quote retweets are dabbing pretty successfully. I don't want to signal boost this person, so let's go. Fun fact. A majority of feminists don't own or keep firearms. Let's not overcomplicate this. Don't own firearms or have an able-bodied man in the home. Boom. See, it's not about making direct threats, because that's never productive, and it's also prosecutable. It is very productive to remind people of their vulnerabilities and of the fact that they are not immortal and that they have clear causes and reasons to be alarmed, to the extent that it will make them uncomfortable, but they will never take steps to correct that. Okay, palate cleanser, short jujitsu judo video.
Tokyo, Japan.
Okay.
I had the good fortune to take a group lesson at the Kodokan.
It's generally a great opportunity. I am saddened by the fact that my current logistics don't really allow for going to train with the Kodokan. Mostly because I don't want to spend enough time in Tokyo.
The international
I should probably reconsider.
Headquarters of judo. I love jiu-jitsu in all forms. The aesthetic,
marvelous Hanegoshi, by the way,
and the effectiveness of leverage can be breathtaking. And the technique that I saw was based on timing, not power.
Nice. That was a Kosotogari into Ashibarai.
Judo teaches many things. How to lead the motion, how to intercept their stride, how to catch your opponent on the half beat.
Very nice. I really like that step, Uchimata. I'm still struggling with that
Seeing
one.
it up close made me fall in love with judo all over again. It starts with respect. To the founder, Jigoro Kano. To our teacher, Harukuni Shimuyama. A 6th-degree black belt, he gave a history lecture on the development of judo. Then,
not seeing any Japanese people in that class, this makes it a little bit suspect.
Took us through a physical warm-up.
The Kodokan seems to be cashing in on the tourist flow.
Preparing us safely for the lesson to come. An overview of Kano's vision to take the techniques of war into an educational system for humanity.
Very nice dash.
Shimuyama-sensei demonstrated different categories of throws, including foot techniques, ashiwaza, hand techniques, te-waza, like morote seonagi, two-handed shoulder throw, or taitoshi, side body drop. Then we had hip techniques like ogoshi, the major hip throw, and his favorite technique, hanegoshi, or springing hip throw. The hip being the primary mover in the technique. Judo even has sacrifice throws, where you fall first. Now, if you're getting thrown, Judo teaches us don't post with one arm. That might break.
That's correct.
Instead, roll with it. Diffuse the force through greater surface area.
Okay, my question is, why are we making a video about day one fundamentals of judo?
You can break the fall with both arms, or choose to roll and ride the momentum. Judo is an art and a science. He showed us the center point of a man, which makes balancing easy. You want to get your center point under their center point while they're slightly off balance. That's the key. That's when they're light. That's when you can redirect them easily.
Okay, I'm gaining very little useful information from this. Like, the title is completely misleading, and the more I look at this, the more I welcome the changes in the algorithm on YouTube.
They also gave us a chance to feel the timing of catching the foot as your partner shifts their weight on it. Every step you take, that weight shift happens. Knowing this makes you look at movement much differently.
He's advertising judo. Judo doesn't need him to advertise it, though.
Now let's zoom out a bit and look beyond the techniques.
Maybe this is just groundbreaking stuff for someone who practices the utterly underdeveloped and very primitive art of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
In the words of the founder, those who practice judo must take great care to follow this teaching. No matter what the situation, there is only one path that people must follow. In every case, the only course to consider is what is the right thing to do and proceed in that direction.
This is some kind of lead-up exercise to Harai Goshi.
Even if once you fail and lose heart, if you regain your courage and find your way along the highest path, circumstances will gradually improve. There is only one path in life.
Listen, I enjoy seeing a 6th degree black belt actually do throws. That's probably the only point of value in this video.
This was such a beautiful lesson. It showed the depth of the art. It's not just sport or athletics. It is a warrior's way. Minimum force, maximum efficiency. To be in the birthplace of judo was a highlight in my own journey. As it began, it ends with respect, a bow of thanks, an appreciation for the path, a communication beyond borders. The vision of Kano realized.
I am irked by the amount of access these offensively unimpressive people get. It irks me so much. They are actively making Japan uncool. Please stop touching all over the things that I have liked for 10 years and making them dumb. What do we have here? Narushima Sensei. High kick that all. See, now this is going to be a good instructional. Let's check this one out.
For a convertible?
How about an SUV?
実はですね、昨年コラボさせていただいて、今更ながら
So they did a video last year. This is entirely in Japanese, so I'm gonna have to translate.
去年から基本稽古の時の蹴り方とかを見直して変えてずっと
So they were going on sort of rebuilding his kicking technique from the ground up last year.
これをこういくん抜けてくるそうそうそう
This, by the way, is Jin Kazama's mocap actor, Ryu Narushima. I've been and trained at this exact dojo.
一旦外に出て
お疲れ様空手家講義です、今回も東京の羽村市にある KW 戦士ジャパン、成島道場で、極真空手のレジェンド、成島シャンとお届けしたいと思います。それでは本日もよろしくお願いします。実はですね、昨年コラボさせていただいて、成島シャン
Interesting, he's not under Matsui's umbrella. Ha. That's interesting.
いろいろ身体操作を教えていただ
I
いて
mean, arguably, Ryu Narushima is more influential than Matsui, so.
たことで、僕実は今更ながら去年から基本稽古の時の蹴り方とかを見直して変えてずっと基本稽古の蹴りをやってたんですけど、そのおかげでなんか今までやってた自分のミドルキックとか明らかに威力が上がって。
So he's explaining that having integrated the changes that Narushima Sensei has suggested, his middle kick, his Chudan Mawashigiri, has gotten stronger in terms of it producing more force and more impact.
90キロぐらいあったと現役の頃よりも蹴りミドルが強くなったって言われて、なんすかね、もうありがたいというか、もうこれ今更こんなに強くなれるんだっていう発見があったので、今回
But he's basically surprised that you can get that much stronger.
ちょっと、前回教わった技とかを復習しがってらちょっとまた指導をいただけたらなと、もう完全に僕が指導を受けたいだけの回なんですけども、よろしくお願いします。よろしくお願いします。
例えば今基本から変えたってことで言うと、今基本どんな感じで
So they're going to be going out of Kihon. Kihon being fundamental technique.
YouTube とかでね、背筋で蹴るっていうのを意識してて、でやってたのは僕の場合最初の頃やってた基本稽古はもう完全にこっちの蹴る方の手を上げて、でこっちの手を振りながら蹴りを出すっていうことをやってたんです。で
So you raise the arm that is on the same side as the kick that you're launching. You're snapping back with the arm as you're throwing the kick to create that snap.
そうやって蹴ってた頃ってお前蹴りが遅い。
So this makes but trying that makes the kick feel very, very sluggish. And I actually agree with that. I don't like telegraphing my kicks with arms because well-trained fighters will pick up on that very quickly and you will eat a counter.
極端な話も完全に手出して足上げる、手出して足上げるっていう蹴りしかしてなかったんです。で、もうそれこそまだ、全日本出だした頃とかもずっとその蹴りやってて、前現役の選手のくせに蹴りが遅い、蹴りが遅いってずっと言われてて、でそれが全然うまく最初できなかったんですけど、こっちの手を出すんじゃなくて、こちら側を引っ張ってここを伸ばしてやってここで蹴るっていうこっちを引っ張るように。
So and the correction here is to retract your other shoulder as opposed to bringing your arm across.
ここでこの蹴りが最後の前まではこうだったやつがこっち引っ張ることで弾けるようになったんですけど、前回の成島シャンのコラボでもうねじる。
So the element that Narushima-chan has introduced is the twisting of the body as you're throwing the kick.
ねじるのもっと先があったんだっていうので、なんなら軸足も、前足の後ろまで持っていって反対側にひねるっていうのは僕の中でも
Yes, turning your front leg in order to allow more pivot as you lean into the kick. That is the way that I was taught to throw roundhouses.
衝撃的な感覚だったんで、それをじゃあいきなり組手の時にもできるかって言ったらできないので、基本稽古の時に普通に基本稽古で、反対のテコでガードを下ろしちゃったら怒られるんですけど、まあ自分が指導している道場で刺さってやっても誰も気づかないので、最初構えた時にもうこっちの手前まではこうやってこっちを引っ張って手をこう持ってきただけだったやつをもう完全にこっちに引っ張っちゃって。
Yeah, that's one of the training scars that's very frequent. So people will completely drop the hand that they're trying to swing to balance themselves while throwing a kick, and it's a very bad habit. You're going to get punished for that one day.
で結果的にこっちに手が上がってるみたいな感じして思いっきり引っ張ってここをギュッて引っ張ってこれを締める力でこれをなんかギュッて引っ張って蹴るギュッと引っ張って蹴るっていうのを最初一人でずっとやっててで慣れてきたら道場生が普通に毎回やる基本稽古の時にこっそりこうキュッと後ろ引っ張ってでこれで蹴るこれで
Basically, he picked up that excessive movement, and the students that he's teaching started sort of mimicking that subconsciously as they watch him do it. So that's when he noticed it.
こう明らかにこれはちょっとずつ使える今いい抵抗生まれてますよね。前まではこれだけでこう蹴ってたやつがこうすることで明らかにこの最後これが走るようになってきてあこれいいなと思ってある程度経ってからまあちょっとここカットするかもしれない。
I'm still trying to add that nijiri, that twist to striking as a wind up. I generally don't like wind ups. I understand that any large movement is going to have a wind up. I prefer sticking to movements that are a little bit more compact. But that's again, it's more of a problem of me needing to work a little bit more on learning not to telegraph my wind up, but implement it organically into the kick.
そうでこれのおかげで随分そのひねるっていう感覚がちょっとずつ自分の中で落とし込みができてきてで
I just noticed that this is an hour-long video. We're probably not going to watch it on stream. So let's do the following. I'm going to put this into the Church of Iron channel. There we go. Remember, you can always join the Discord. There is, if I can spell that correctly, socials. There you go. We have a Discord channel. We do have a Discord server with a dedicated channel for discussing training. That is the purpose of that particular channel, and that's what it is going to be used for. So watch that video in your free time. I'm not sure if the auto-generated closed captions are going to be any good, but you can always ask me to translate a specific segment. Okay, what do we want to do now? We're on 3 hours. We can play some video games, I think. Let's close Chrome. Oh god, I got lots of Chrome tabs. Let's see. Let's check out the library. What are we feeling like playing today is the real question. We did some Ready or Not with Razorwind yesterday. I have my cup full of Ready or Not, if I'm being completely transparent here. I don't feel like playing more Ready or Not, especially that I'm not a fan of the changes that they've implemented. So let's see, what are our options here? Wait, I have Mechanicus in my library? Since when? Do I have the DLC as well? Surely I would have bought the... Yep, I do have the Heretic DLC. I don't have it installed, though. You know what? Let's do a little bit of Gray Zone and call it a day. I feel like that's going to be the best way to do this. So, I need to shift over to our new tactical chibi model, and I also need to refill my drinks. So, let's take an itty-bitty break. We're going to change the category to Gray Zone. And I'll be right back, and I advise that you also use this time for your break to use the facilities, refill your drink, stand up and stretch, and I will be right back. Okay, so here's our new tactical chibi. It does not work with any of the redeems before any of you try, but hopefully it's less intense for the system to render, so it's going to run just fine. We have a backup chibi just in case. Okay, gray zone is starting. That's good. Oh, one thing that I've learned that I need to do is apparently I need to have Alienware, my Alienware management app opened in a dedicated window, because otherwise it tries to stay up as a little tab on the side of the window, and whenever your cursor sort of intersects with it, it will force you to click off the game, which is not a thing that you want when you're dealing with, you know, things that require fast reaction speeds, like, you know, extraction shooters, which Gray Zone isn't technically an extraction shooter, but you know what I mean. Okay, let's see. Game capture, GDW. Why are we on East? Central. Okay, it's about to be nighttime too, so we can do some nighttime ops. Deploy. So hopefully, I hope that my shoulder injury won't prevent me from playing competently. Or, you know, as competently as I typically do. All right, what are things that we like to do when it's dark? Let's think about that for a moment. It loaded me in the shower for some reason. What did the game mean by this? Very dork. I'm just gonna give the shaders a moment to compile, which I think they did. Okay, good. All right, let's check the map. Lots of things to do, actually. Lots of things to do. 23 hours. Jefferson's not taken. Someone's just taken Spellberg. Alright, so not a completely blown out server. That's good. Someone's already hitting the villa, as they typically do. What do we have for tasks? You know what? I think we're gonna go to Hunter's Paradise. Yes, but in order to do that, we're gonna load up on something a little bit different. Deload all of this, deload all of this. We are going to run, we're gonna run the MCX. I think I've had some pretty okay results with the MCX recently, so I'm gonna continue with that. There was one more magazine I'm supposed to have for it. Surely I didn't accidentally sell it. No, I didn't. There you go. One more magazine, and let's get some ammo refilled. We'll be running CQ rounds. We need to buy some more. $11 a pop. But it has been better than subsonic rounds. It has been performing significantly better. All right.
Raven, wheels up for base camp.
To tone down the audio for myself a little bit. Let me know if the game is going to be doing fucky-wucky things. Check our weapon. Nice, fully loaded, full auto. 50 meter 0. I question if we even really need ADSing.
Raven on station and ready to pick you up.
Because the laser itself seems to be doing just fine.
Strap in, we're heading out.
Alright, we're a little bit glitchy, but that's because we're moving between blocks very quickly, so it's forcing it to render everything. That doesn't help much. We're just gonna have to suffer this for the time being. Oh, we have a full 2 minutes of this. Yeah. It's interesting how the map layout seems to be primarily designed around Mithras, in the sense that all of your areas around Mithras, well, I guess Fort Nerith is a tier 3 area, relatively close. But all of the other tier 3 areas, Hunter's Paradise and Midnight Sapphire, are further up north, since they are late game areas that you're supposed to access. I don't know. Well, I guess Tiger Bay is also kind of close to Mithras. And Mithras is the largest faction by far as well. Crusader isn't captured yet. That's interesting. I wonder if we would want to try to do that. Let's see. Let's see if Hunter's Paradise pans out. I've never cleared it completely. I'm kind of skittish about Hunter's Paradise. I think I have my keys for it. Let me check. If I don't, I can swing by a cop. And it seems that I actually don't. I have my Blue Lagoon keys, but these are not the keys that I need. So, okay, I guess we need to hit a cop to get my keys then. Go to Argos. Because if I'm going to go through the trouble of clearing Hunter's Paradise solo, I may as well get something out of it.
1 minute.
Not sure if I have any tasks there. I think I do. Hunter's Paradise. Ah, okay. Locate Intel Hunter's Paradise VIP program. I don't remember where things are, so I would welcome some hand-holding. Not lewd. Purely platonic hand-holding.
Approaching the LZ.
Otherwise,
30
I
seconds.
may have to pull up a guide, actually. Hey, what is the task called again? Let's see, the most dangerous game. Gray Zone Warfare. The most dangerous game. Okay, here's our guide. Let's not dilly-dally around the landing zone, because that is how you get squished by someone's chopper. Let me know if we have any frame drops, if the stream is going to start freezing, because we can always fall back onto the other model that's even more optimized. I'm currently not sure if this one is actually going to perform better than the other chibi. Turn on our headphones. That's also an old walkthrough. Damn, okay. I think we need to find a note in the office, if I recall correctly, when Ricky was playing this. Alright, let's shift around what keys we're carrying. Let's see, YBL, Hunter's Paradise 102. There's actually a bunch of keys that I don't have. Banpa. Wait, where are all my other keys? HP weapon cache. And that's probably all I have. Okay, we're gonna leave the Blue Lagoon keys here. Just to free up some space in case we pick up new keys. I think we're fine without food. We have water. Yeah, I guess we have pretty much everything we want. We're gonna hit the rest area first, just because it has some unfortunate overwatch from places we want to go to later. It's currently sufficiently dark for us to have an advantage on approach. And hopefully with 300 blackout suppressed, we are not going to give away our location every time we try to go weapons free. Double check our firing mode. Someone just land? That wasn't our guy. I don't think he ran towards the cop. There was definitely a chopper here a moment ago. Ah, you know what, if someone's going to Hunter's Paradise, it's always nice to have, you know, a few extra warm bodies there. I don't mind third-partying a little bit. Oh. Okay. Well, on the plus side, someone is going to probably take out most of the guys there. On the negative there, the NPCs are going to be already aggroed by the time we get there, and they're going to be very jumpy. So just remember to stay frosty, don't do anything stupid, and we'll be fine. Alright, that's the rest area. I think there's a little stream that we need to cross in order to get to it. Or not. No, we actually don't. Slow walk through the bushes, trying not to make too much noise. I do not hear any hostiles. I'm going to do a little bit of shutting up right now. Because I need to listen. I need to listen very carefully. Oh, hi there. Is this spot cleared out?
No.
I don't know. I just got here.
Oh,
I
okay.
kind of just walked around the outskirts.
Alright, well, I plan to go and start clearing from the motel, likely, if this spot is clear.
I did just come around the motel. The motel area was clear.
Oh, okay, then.
I think there are some people around on the inside, though.
Alright, well, then that's where I'm going. Thank you for the heads up.
Yes, sir.
I really like the community here. The community is so great.
I'm gonna come with you. I gotta go to the other side.
Yeah, sure. Alright, I'm seeing bodies. Someone's already cleared this place out. Well, okay then. All the better for my tasking. This is where I need to go for the first pickup.
Hey, do you know, there's some quest here that I need a key for. I forget the name of it.
What is the quest name?
Guns and ammo, I think?
Yeah, that's the armory. We can work our way there. I'm looking for the most dangerous game quest for Artisan. Let me get my stuff here, and I'm gonna be going that way anyway.
Okay, cool. Do you have that key?
I think I actually just picked it up. Let me toss it back down.
Nice.
Okay, weapons storage. Yeah, there it is. Yep, that's the key. I just dropped it somewhere on the ground, but I'm not sure where it went. Sorry about that. Oh, there it is. Nope. God damn it. Did it drop? Sorry, I think I dropped it somewhere and I lost sight of where it went.
Hopefully it didn't go into the carpet.
Oh, I have a spare one on me. Sorry about that. I didn't think that it would go through the carpet.
I don't know. I'm pretty new to this game, so.
Oh, that's all right. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Listen, I'll just lead you through either way.
Yeah, this is my first time up here in this area, so.
Oh, it gets spicy.
I believe it. I went down to that place down in like the southeast yesterday, and oh my god.
Go for a nap and turns out... Wait, what? You go for a nap and I turn into a midget? I am actually just conserving resources, okay? By the way, heads up, I am currently streaming.
Hello, stream. Does that mean I need to say the N-word?
Yeah, please don't.
I'm joking, I'm joking.
Alright, let's go. I'll lead you to the weapon storage.
You're a legend.
No, this is just the loot room.
Oh, this isn't where the quest thing is?
No, that's all... It's in the back. This building over here.
Very nice.
So I think you need to look at some rifle lockers. I'm not sure which ones in particular, but it's definitely this building. And you just need to confirm that they're emptied out, basically. Alright, what do I need to do? I need to...
Yep, I just got it.
Alright.
You're a legend. Oh look, this is
no
my
worries.
quest right here.
Okay, I think I need to find the bunker keys, rather the bunker code. A little bit of money. I don't remember where the bunker code spawns. Well, let's do some sniffing around, and hopefully we'll find something. That's a chopped up hand. That's not great. There it is. Okay, chat, remember this number for me, please. Code is 5575. There you go. You want to go play in the bunker?
What's that?
There's a bunker in the mountain over there. I need it for a quest. Feel free to come along.
I gotta go do the rest of this guns and ammo quest. And
all right then.
Take me back down south, but good travels to you, good sir.
Thank you. You stay safe.
Booyah.
All right. There's usually a guard loitering by the bunker there, so we're going to hug the wall and try to clap him from an angle he's not watching. I'm not going to trip over the branches there. But I'm not a midget, I'm just pocket-sized. Someone's shooting. Someone's not shooting at me. Probably that guy. Alright, the bunker is to our right. Yeah, I did accidentally fuck that guy over by not giving him the key, but there was nothing to loot there anyway, so... Well, I tried giving him the key, but, you know, that's why I guess you have spare key holders. Slow down a little bit. We're approaching the bunker, and there's usually guards here. Be mindful of the noise we make. I actually found the bunker on accident last time. I was following what looked like a spotlight, and then someone shot at me through the leaves. Okay, I see a bunker entrance. I don't think I see anyone upright. We'll wait for the chopper to pass. But yeah, this is the chibi that we made during the Not birthday celebration. Surely they haven't also gone to the bunker and flattened everyone there as well. Oh, the door's wide open, never mind. Alright, they probably killed the guy. Someone's done a thorough fucking run of this place. Is my laser still on? My laser is still on. It's not on, but it still works. It's just in some of the indoor spaces, you'll lose power to these things. Honestly, they shouldn't even try to fix it. Oh, really? You need a key for that. Interesting. Everything's picked clean. Okay, task complete. Hunter's Paradise. Bring biological samples from Hunter's Paradise to the lab. Retrieve the antique revolver and report back to Handshake. Where is the antique revolver? Oh, I need a sample collection kit for lab rat stuff. According to him, the revolver is in a wooden case and should be somewhere around Hunter's Paradise. That doesn't narrow it down. Let's escape. However, he seems to have misplaced his prized possession, a Colt single-action army. That John Wayne himself used in True Grit. No, never seen that movie. Really? All right, so we need to find a box. And I don't really have any of the samples that. Okay, I don't have the sample box. I guarantee if I come back here with my sample kit, everything's going to have already respawned at that point. Rather, will have respawned at that point. I see a flashlight. I see a flashlight that's likely in use by the AI. Yeah, it looks like the bodies have already respawned. There's an AI that loiters around this area. If we manage to get a drop on him, that'll be great. Or not. Damn, there's no one here. Thirst is a bitch, but we're going to manage for now. Alright, looks like there's nothing to kill here. All that shooting is happening on the far periphery. Alright, if they've already started respawning, that means next time we try to come around here, they're going to be back in full force. So it's not going to be as easy. So far, the biggest challenge we've faced is talking to strangers. I think we need to retool the model, actually. I think this one might be a little bit heavy still. It's flying into the... Alright, let's hit the cop, drop off what we don't need, and just continue doing Hunter's Paradise, I guess, until we find stuff that... Sounds like someone's doing work at the motel. We may as well go help. And if the NPCs have respawned, that means that the loot may have respawned as well. And we do have the benefit of nighttime cover. Our guy's still alive, our guy's still alive. That looks like a player just based on the pattern of movement. Alright, maybe there is nothing to do here. I don't think I have that key. That's 104. It's 103. I have 102. Hell yeah. But it's not even locked. Yay. I'm gonna grab my haterade, I guess. Why do I even need these keys? There's nothing here. Alright, let's go back to the cop. Fuck it. I do have a kill quest that I'm really not filling by hitting it after it's been cleared out, but I don't particularly mind. If other players make it easy for me, I'm not going to complain about that. We do not have a lot of Nightshade left though, so let's try to speed things up a little bit. So we got the artisan quest done. Now we have a lab rat quest and 2 handshake quests. One of them being a kill quest, so it's an autocomplete. Our stamina is not great. Are we carrying anything in excess of like basic kit? I don't think we are. A couple of rounds of ammo, but that's about it. Our guy is just not really athletic. We are also wearing like level 4 plates, I guess. Alright, we're almost at the camp. You do a quick sit down. Leave this here. Collect our artisan reward, collect our sampling kit. Artisan reward is going to be sold because I don't need that. Where is the sample kit? There it is. Sample kit goes here, money goes here, and we sell this to Turncoat. Alright, let me quickly check where are our POIs so that I don't have to run around aimlessly too much, okay? True Grit was the first one. I assume it's in the office that's by the shooting range. Let's see, Gray Zone Warfare. True Grit. The other one is Carnivore. Oh, I think I know where what I need to do for Carnivore. It's like one of the freezers in the back of the cafe. Okay, we're in the motel. Oh, it was in the motel this entire time. God damn it. And it is in one of the side doors. Oh, and it requires a key. Wait, what kind of key does it need? Just a second, let's check. I'm in the cop, so I'm not terribly... What the f... Not what I was trying to do. Explanation. 102 key. I have the 102 key. Okay, so that's out of the way. And let's quickly check. God, YouTube is so insufferable to use. Carnivore. Alright, let's see. Where is it? Okay, sample kit, sure. And it is in the main structure over there. Okay. So it's the cafe in front of the shooting range. Okay, got it. I don't think I need a key for this. No, I do not. Okay, cool. So, motel first. There's still our guy over there. So there are... Do I need to eat, drink? No, I don't. Not fall off the sheer cliff and have to waste a splint. How am I doing for medical, by the way? Oh, I'm not doing great for medical. Well, just don't get shot. Could have picked up some of the gauze off of those free-laying bodies, also known as free medkits. Pretty sure I skipped the first aid station as well. Could have refilled for free. Now that I think about this, does Artisan ever pay money? Or is it just the comm block slop that she can't sell anyway? Oh, here's this AK-74MN. Thank you. I would also like some hand sanitizer after having to touch that. You know what I mean? Alright, my guy just pulled out. Interesting. Did he pull out because they started respawning, or did he pull out because there's nothing to do there? We're gonna find out soon enough. Okay, we need room 102. It's likely open. We're still going to pay attention, because once you don't pay attention, this is when the game slaps you on the wrist. Then it proceeds to suplex bomb you and take all your stuff. don't believe I hear or see any activity just yet. There's the revolver, there's the open door. Damn, y'all really did a number on this place. Oh, that's big. Damn, okay. Any of you guys have any gauze on you? Oh, you got some money on you. See, that's why you bleed out. You don't have any medical on you. Do better. Yeah, absolutely nothing. Belligerent. Alright, next up on the map is the cafe over here. Not sure if cutting through the shooting range is the best idea, though. Hey there, Rag. We're cleaning out lotion militias again. Oh, okay, someone's definitely there. Let's pull back. They started respawning, means we need to change our approach slightly. Yeah, that's just a lamppost. You can never be sure. Shoot human-shaped figures first, ask questions later. Okay, but now we know that there are NPCs out there. That's valuable information. What we need to focus on is... Oh, I see a flashlight. Alright, what we're going to do is we're going to go from the rest area, because that has fewer squirrely angles for us to go through. Games make you question your eyesight, but real life doesn't. Real life usually doesn't give you as much complex and convoluted visual information to parse through. I mean, how... I hear footsteps. I don't assume you need to look through nods too frequently. Thermals would be a real godsend. Probably a little too powerful for the game set. It's 4 AM. It's getting bright, so we no longer have the benefit of nightshade. Like enemies clear against the horizon, don't we all? Alright, this place is now repopulated. I'm not sure that I want the smoke. Especially not during the day. So what I think I'm going to do is, I'm going to leave. And do other daytime appropriate things. Whoa, yeah, because of that. Up, get some hard cover, get some hard cover. See, that's why I don't like coming here during the day. Because they hide in the bush, and they see me way before I see them. I think I also ND'd while I was running away. Yeah, we refer to that as cut your losses and run. Some spaz hit the USS Midfield with his boat. Why? Was it done on purpose, or... Sounds like a very elaborate means of suicide. Oh, our guy is back. You know what? I'm definitely not running Hunter's Paradise with 300 Blackout without the benefit of Nightshade, but I would be willing to do so with an M4. I think. Not sure. Let's see how he fares. Some small pleasure boat. Looks like he basically just bounced off and kept going. But why? I'm not sure about what the USS Midfield is. Quite impressive considering the Midfield hasn't moved in years, so it's a museum ship. So someone just rammed a museum ship for no reason. That's great. I mean, that explains it, because if a ship of that size, well, of any size realistically, was in motion, then that little pleasure boats would have been probably sinking right now, probably in many little pieces. Oh, the USS Midway. Holy shit, okay. That's a whole-ass aircraft carrier. I guess, yeah, why would you want to do that? Are you actively seeking death? See, I like Handshake. He pays money. Eliminate the hostile commander in Hunter's Paradise. Hell yeah. Give me my money. I'm not gonna use the recon. Fill off the AKs. It's just a museum ship now? Idiot misjudged his speed or something, you imagine? I guess so. I'm not sure how much free-floating boat traffic you have in the, where is the Midway? God. City in California. The same... Where did they have Off-Kai? What is the name of the city? San Diego. There you go. San Diego Harbor. I'm not sure how much free boat movement you have there at all, considering that it's still an active military shipyard. That's almost asking for a Darwin Award. Move this to the side, move this over here. We do not need nods. Let's do a weapon check real quick. While we do that, is our guy still there? Our guy is still there. What level are you, my guy? Level 22. You're doing pretty okay for level 22. Drinking and boating? Pretty sure that counts as a DUI. That's happening in Midnight Sapphire. I'm not terribly bothered about that. I'll keep the testing kit on me. Just do a quick drink and a quick eat. I don't know, maybe people aren't taking boating as seriously as they should, but generally it's not advisable to be under the influence when operating any heavy machinery, and that very much includes boats. A couple of these, and I guess buy a Snickers bar. Sort and then pack. There you go. Alright, we have our 2 magazines. And we have our kill quest. Alright, by the time we get there, it's going to be a little bit lighter. You've seen some guys do what? Operate heavy machinery while inebriated? Just because you've seen someone do it doesn't mean it's a good idea. Okay, 5 a.m. is when it gets a little bit brighter. I'm still not a fan of doing Hunter's Paradise like that. But our guy seems to be doing some work over there. And I still didn't get any medical. God damn it, I keep forgetting. I need to, at the very least, have some gauze on me. Well, by any medical, I mean I very specifically don't have bandages or gauze. Where do I have my meds? Bandages, there we go. Much better. By choice, you'd never get into anything where the operator is drunk? I'd hope so. Alright, it's 5 a.m. So we're in clear visibility. We can no longer rely on stealth, so we have to be careful. What's our guy doing there? Seems to be in a shootout. Let's see if we can't reinforce him. I feel like 5 a.m. is still very dark, and they can still see me very well. I'm sticking to nods until it's 6 a.m. There's probably a way to sniper cheese this mission as well as most kill quests, but I don't feel like going through the motions of that right now. It's a lot of work for not a lot of payoff. I still see him moving around. Yep, there are shots being fired. Well, I guess a lot of people assume that it's like you're not on the road, you're in the water, and because it's less structured, you're less accident prone, but then you'll just, you know, have cases when a drunk driver rides a boat into people and produces fatalities just all the same. Okay, this is the rest area. We've cleared it out. Alright, I'm gonna need to sit up for this. I don't appreciate getting shot at, so... You harassed the hut south of Cobra for fun. You hit them once with IR aiming because it was nice and dark. You got one outside, then made it into the cabin, ventilated the cabin, come back, Cobra in check. You swear to Christ both assholes were in the cabin, stuck on top of each other. Have no idea how. One of them probably bled out near the other one. Okay, did our guy exfil for good? Yeah, it looks like he did. And it's still very dark. Alright, so we're going to have to be careful here if we are to attempt this. Someone definitely shot at us. That guy is at Argos, or he's just going into Argos. Dawn and dusk are very dangerous because of the deep shadows. Yep. Yeah, at any time of day, you can very easily receive a 7.62 lobotomy. You have to pay very close attention. Yeah, my guy isn't coming back, I think. A very sketchy bend that goes into a very densely populated area. Okay, this is not a smart raid to attempt during daylight. Alright, we're gonna have to pull out. The most important lesson of this game is pulling out in time. Well, he's still at Argos. You're picking at Sawmill for fun. Some guy asked you for help retrieving his gear. Said fine. Got a better gun. 20 yards in, he jumps in front of you, eats some of the clod in the bush. It was tragic. Damn. Real stories of grit. Was he Mithras or was he another faction? Take this marker off. He's doing something there. Speaking of which, should we hit Sawmill? I feel like everyone's bored of Sawmill at this point. We've been doing it over and over again multiple times. Maybe there's an unoccupied cop we can try to capture. Crusader's been taken by a different faction, so it's not a difficult take, just, you know, really pointless since there's no AI, you just claim it. Gladius. Shepard's still not taken. Yeah, all the major cops seem to be taken over. So really not a lot to do in terms of, you know, hitting POIs. This village over here has been interesting because it has a very good room with a key that's generally easy to source. I want to see where he goes. He's doing something in camp there. Midnight Sapphire. What are other tasks I have? Shooting gallery. I could go to Blue Lagoon. I really don't want to, but I could. I'm not sure if it's worse during the day or at night. Fanny Paradise. I guess we could try to get Gladiator. He was Mithras, he squatted up, the place was clear enough, though he decided to help him out by unlocking both office doors. Good man. Yeah, that's the thing. Blue Lagoon is kind of hyperactive. They're very trigger happy over there. Stalwart. I don't want to fly across the entire map for not a lot to do. You know? That's not our guy. I wonder where he's going. He's going to Hunter's Paradise. Well, let's see how that pans out for him. Our guy is still at Argos. What to do, what to do? Does anyone have any suggestions? Why are all of my tasks in Hunter Paradise? Or Tiger Bay, yeah, sure. YBL. We could actually go and collect that package over there. That's by Harrison, that's over here. Juliet 3. Emergent gameplay? Sure is. I mean, I don't hear any shooting. Whatever, let's go to... I don't want to go to the opposite end of the map. Like, I'd ideally like to keep things over here. Up, I hear shots. Do a no-return YBL, bring a helmet, maybe food and water, hop in the bunker, see if I can come out alive. Oh, that. I'd want to secure at least some degree of success for myself, so I would probably at least bring a throwaway shotgun. Let's try to insert ourselves into Hunter's Paradise again. See if we get a... Shotgun is never a bad choice. They're also cheap as hell. I can go and swipe a pretty kitted out shotgun just by, you know, clearing the bridge to midnight. Just a sec, I need to close one of my windows. It's very dark, so whatever reflections I'm getting off of the windows is making visibility even worse. Alright, he's collecting aggro. Early weapons in YBL. I'm gonna read that in a moment. I need to lock in. Up, I see flashlights. Flashlights in this time of day are obviously not AI. These are fresh kills. And had his gun taken. And his money taken too. Who would have done this? Is this the place that I need to swipe? No, not the place. The cash register though. Oh, nice medical bag. Taking this, and taking the free gauze. Hell yeah. very careful here. Yeah, you know what? Free is free. Alright, I need this rest area. Quickly get the quest and get the fuck out of here. Alright. Take the free haterade. Loot the cash register, as you do. I think Commander Dude is also dead, so not a lot to do here quest-wise for me. Yep, that's a flashlight. He's already in the woods. Oh. Getting a little rubber bangy. I'm not sure I like it, so we're just gonna piece the fuck out. Any ammo we got in there? Shit, shit, shit. All Soviet slop. Pretty okay outdoor shooting range, if I'm being transparent. You know, they got vending machines, lots of stuff to do. Right, now I need to get the fuck out of here without being winged by anyone. I think I need to make 2 more kills to close out Handshake's quest. I can just come back and swipe the guys who spawn in this area later. Alright, we're getting a lot of quests done. Usually I don't even quest offline anymore, I just farm. I just have fun doing my silly CQB. Alright, there's 2 chances for an early weapon in YBL. If the guard outside of the entrance, and the box on the right fork from the entrance. I prefer to have something in hand by the time I'm there. Oh, guys still hang out. Alright, let's take a bird to Winchester, or rather to Harrison. Yeah, let's take a bird to Harrison. We drop off our quests. We drop off the extra loot. The plate 6 I'll probably just sell. I prefer to stick to the Phantoms. They're just, you know, a better loot item. Samples here. What does this do? Oh, that's the stamina syringe. That's the bone growth one. I'm gonna sell these.
Raven arriving shortly near your position. ETA 30 seconds.
Extra weapons cache, key. You know, we got a chunk of change out of this at least. And whatever I'll sell this for.
Landing, get in, go!
Literal fucking strychnine. You appreciate their knowledge of low-dose apothecary practices, you still ain't using that? I feel like it's mostly used by speedrunners, people who need to clear a large swath of loot fast. Because all it gives you is severely decreased hand stamina at the expense of running non-stop. Rather, for the purpose of running non-stop, sorry. I guess is useful in some scenarios. People up in Nomad. Okay, so that's gonna mostly conclude everything we have to do with Hunter's Paradise. Once we get to a cop to actually hand these off. Midnight Sapphire area. Gather intel from the Midnight Sapphire, report back to Banshee. Find the villa, including adjacent buildings for evidence. Is there a specific villa? Some shady arms deal. What's in the box? Man who disappeared. Go to Fort Nerith, bring back some official documents that we can use to falsify the reports and lead them astray. Why is that marked as a Midnight Sapphire? I am not going into Fort Nerith, definitely not alone. Game is 30
seconds.
30 seconds. Okay, I don't have time to swap out my God damn it, I wanted to click into my screen, not waste ammo. Wait, do I not have any spare ammo? I didn't bring any 5.56. All the more reason to go buy a camp first. Yeah, I think we need to swap out the model. This one is still a little bit heavy.
Go, go, go!
Oh, never mind. My fan wasn't on. No wonder. Those are significantly hotter indoors now. I don't have the AC running at this time. Turn this back on. What is entertaining you so hard, Notary? What elates you to the effect of 7 Portia laughing emotes, even though you do have a free follower emote for the channel that basically does the same? Oh, the fan is off? Yeah. Well, I have a little cooling fan underneath the laptop. I'm not very sensitive to temperature. It's difficult for me to keep track of these things. The only thing that indicates to me that it's any hotter indoors right now than it normally is that I occasionally feel myself sweat. That's it. Yes, I am playing on a laptop. It's a very powerful laptop, but it is a laptop nonetheless. Just need to make allowances for certain things. And with a downgraded model. There is a loot crate somewhere around here. Just need to find... There it is. Ah, it's just been emptied out. Fuck, okay. Never you mind. Okay, hand this over. Complete. Oh, more. Okay, retrieve VIP program client list from Hunter's Paradise. Report back to Handshake. I wonder where I can find that. Wait, what is this? What are you giving me? Is this a 20-inch AR? This is a 20-inch AR. Oh, nice. Okay. You know what? I like having extras with those. course, man. Retrieve the VIP pro. No, sorry, Banshee. You're getting the short end of this particular stick. Because, the M700 gets no use for me. The client list is a hoax? No, I don't believe that's true. I'm definitely handing that over to Handshake. What he does with it afterwards, I do not care. I care that I get an extra 20-inch AR. Offload this, offload this. Let me use this downtime to actually load in a different model. See if it's going to perform any better. Desktop. EB 1.1. There it is. Okay, maybe it's going to be a little bit less intrusive. Although I tried decreasing the vertex number on this model. For some reason it still doesn't work. Weapon storage, and we're gonna sell these off as well. I don't use this thing too much. Money goes into the belt. We are pretty far off from... I've not been doing any of the lab rat quests, so my reputation with her is kind of low. Alright, let's see... Sorry, man, no can do. You wish they had white phosphorus grenades? You know, I think they would find some kind of shortcut to render it correctly, don't you worry. I'm gonna probably stay on this M4. I think. Because... Vendors, artisan... Because there is some CQB that I foresee being done over there. Oh, someone's already doing CQB there. Okay. Now let's go for it. Okay, let's read that task again. Let's see. Long airfield. Pick up a small package. Package south of Tiger Bay. See, white phosphorus without friendly fire is kind of pointless. Like, if you're going to add something like that, make it dangerous to use. Okay, I think this quest hard resets if you die, so that's an important detail to remember. Friendly, chill out. Alright, I need to find some kind of package. Probably inside of the house. Ah, that's the package I need. Okay. I would rather move that to... my safe storage, there you go. Add gas mask because of the vapors are super hot and are toxic. Yeah. See, if they add white phosphorus grenades, 100% someone is going to throw one of those inside of YBL. And that shouldn't be something that you can just do and get off scot-free. Okay. Plant it in front of the landing gear of the plane in the Pelong airfield. Ensure your survival at every point. Okay. Falong Airfield. I think the best insertion point for this is at... You know what? I want to go Golf 3 because I want to retrieve my DMR. That person would be you. I don't doubt that for a second. I don't think I need to go into Falong Airfield proper. Probably one of the planes in the hangar bay there, but there's still some,
Raven reporting. I'm on my way. ETA, 30 seconds.
some fighting that you need to do to get there. I'll read up on the task once I'm airborne. That's my bird.
I'm here. Move it. Go. Get ready. We're moving out.
Okay, let's see. Make your way. We got that. In front of the landing gear at Falong Airfield. Above the plane's landing gear. But which plane, though? Okay, the airplane housed in one of the secure hangars. Okay, I know where that needs to go. Where that needs to go. Getting quite a bit of rubber banding. The secure hangar is over here, so... This is a little bit sketchy to do during the day.
Approaching the LZ. 1 minute.
We're generally in cover from the airfield. This is more of a nighttime task, but I really don't like cross-pollinating tasks. If we play our cards right, and we play mostly safe, we should be able to complete this with little to no issue.
We're getting close. 30 seconds.
Some sort of VIP program, you say.
Spread out.
Alright. We're gonna play this straight, and we're gonna play this smart. I think there's usually a couple of NPCs in the hangar. More in the office to the side of it. My primary concern is not rousing any suspicion from the Mosin-wielding snipers on the airfield itself. Oh, someone's up to no good there. One of ours? Nope. Well, all the better. You swear you've had a couple of moments where God spoke to you through GZW? Do tell. Has he informed you of the importance of pieing a room before breaching? the building over there is full of hostiles. I would prefer to not engage with them under daylight. Really? Really? Get the fuck out. I don't remember this ever being locked. Holy shit. Okay, back to Falcon. I think I have that key. Have anything to drink? I'll drink at the camp. Playing isn't as good a grenade as a grenade mostly. Like reminding you of axioms you already know from antiquity. Well, you know. Subtle reminders are also helpful. You see, I think grenades in this particular case don't really work as consistently as I would like them. It's not like you can just lob a grenade into a room and then forget about clearing it. The shrapnel doesn't kill fast enough or consistently enough to rely on grenades, even multiples. Alright, let's put that, doesn't go here yet. Give me a moment, I'm collecting my shekels all in one place. Keys. I need PLA keys, right? Because I don't think I need any of these. Alright, let's see. PLAHO3. PLA storage. I usually like to carry my keys as sets, so. PLA, no more PLA. Alright, now we take a drink. Alright, if it's a locked door, then there aren't going to be hostiles inside. Whenever it gets hot, we drink iced tea, like good southern boys. Okay. I think shrapnel has modeled damage, just the blast radius. No, the shrapnel it has defined fragments. The damage from grenades is very much both the blast and the shrapnel when it hits enemies will produce bleeding if they're not affected by the initial blast. That is modeled quite accurately. Someone's having a hoot and a holler there. I was watching a YouTube video that was like an instructional on getting high tier loot, and it was like, oh yeah, this is a very easy strat to farm gear that's high level and like farm lots of good green tip ammo. I'm like, oh damn, do tell, some secret location with lots of heavy NPCs? And it was a Sinister video, I think, Sinister FPS, and he's like, oh yeah, just hop onto a PvP server, god damn you, and go find a cop that's captured by a different faction, and just fight off all of the PMC AI. It's like, that's great advice, buddy. Just I'm so glad I spent 10 minutes listening to this. Right, near the landing gear, you say. Let's reduce our signature a little bit. I only see one plane. Does anyone know where I need to put the thing? Above the landing gear. There it is, okay. Alright, we just make our way out. Easy payday if I've ever seen one. All I had to do was not ask stupid questions. What's in the box, turncoat? Who the fuck cares? It's a whole box of none of your fucking business. You're ever going to be morally unscrupulous, never look in the box? Yeah, exactly. Morality is a poor guide for decisions, because morality is relative. Relative benefit to your in-group is the correct compass to use in these situations. Since I don't have a competing interest for that particular package, I may as well do what the man asks me to. Let's see, tasks. Yay! Give me my shit, gimme. AK-74M. I'm gonna just sell it back to him. 74M is what? Us a 545. Yeah, you can keep it. You can absolutely keep that piece of shit. Okay, Tiger Bay, definitely a no-no. Mystery Machine. Let me see if anyone is doing YBL. I would prefer to go in with a group that's already clued up and emptied it out. I don't like fighting through YBL manually. What's the time? 10 a.m. You know what? Let's hop onto a server that has more nightshade, where the evening is just beginning, and we're just gonna do some more stuff there. Eliminate hostiles at Blue Lagoon. 10 kills is generally easy to farm there. Oh, no, it's actually not. And the angles are very sketchy around that part. I kind of want to do the big hazardous treasure quest, but I don't want to do it alone, because it's going to send me on a loop through some nasty places where I don't want to go. Bonpa, it's in the water. What is my rep with Labrat? Oh, I still need to do a lot. I've been ignoring her for the most part. Seeker of Change, Hacker... You haven't done that one yet? Yeah, I haven't. Well, it's what's in the water 2. That's the second one. Or you mean this one? I don't feel like going into Fort Nerith. Yeah, well, because I've been playing other areas. Like, I've been mostly ignoring the tier 3 areas because I play solo. Okay, let's see. Mystery Machine, what remains? Artisans List, that's also called Tiger Bay. The refugee camp, I guess, is not too bad, but also a nighttime mission. Find out what happened to UNLRA staff. I don't want to do these blind. Hunter's Paradise, eh? You know what? I am feeling a little tired, and we have been streaming for 5 hours on top of the 3 that I did yesterday. So, I say we save it for later. Let's leave a little gas in the tank here. So, let's see who we're gonna raid. We have options, we have options. Lots of friends online, that's always good to see. Let's see what we're working with for numbers, just to sort of gauge our ambition here. Not a lot, not a lot. I feel like Gray Zone is probably grating on a lot of people at this point. Oh, Ricky is playing. Let me see if Ricky is about to end, because if not, I'm gonna raid into her. Nope, she's still questing. She's still questing. So we're just gonna raid into Ricky. Ricky Saurus. Okay. There you go. You get more Gray Zone Warfare as I regrettably tap out because I am a little tired. I haven't had breakfast yet. What can I say? Remember that the Tuesday stream has been moved to Wednesday, so that is going to be a permanent change going forward. I'm gonna go and get some pain meds for my shoulder because it is feeling yucky. And this has been Onii-san, as always, reminding you to clean your weapons on a regular basis. Bye-bye.